Hi. So, yeah, friends. Well, mostly on stage, but some drama, but well, they are also performers. Last time, but now they have quite near so his wife acted in the and his daughter anyway was studying drama, and she has made it very good way. Yeah, as a professional, I mean, I can see that with him. He always has kind of gaps in between the moment there is literally nothing. So in other kind of work as well. But I think in UK, that is kind of normal thing. There's still is a market. And they don't have that kind of work. They're much more flexible. Did work night shifts in Masta, but sometimes it just now at the moment it's actually reading poems, yes, so he does, for instance, now that kind of work for stroke patients, hospitals, or for dementia patients. So he's working with patients, giving them some kind of art. But he stopped that, fortunately, because I mean, it's not. First of all, it has nothing to do with his profession. Then secondly, he's stopped it. Particularly also because the night shifts, of course, they take the toll. It's completely out of rhythm. I still see that because he's done that for quite a long time. Sometimes he sleeps until 12 o'clock. I'm already all out and about, and he's still there. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I can. Yes. Oh, is this one? Again come back. It takes 1 week. For conducting PhD, I want to use. Are you busy? So you say if you are going for field work, okay. Technically, you don't have any problem for field work. Yeah. Go anytime. And for also conference, okay, you are recognition. But for taking PhD exam and for others, you know.
And they can arrange a lecture, so while you are,
that's the best way.
How could I do someone that
and not close it, like budget university of organize and do that.
I was in Chandigarh just before going.
I saw your photograph, but I didn't look like that. I asked someone, where is she?
Yeah, I know they have taken different pictures.
Because one of the posted a photograph. Then I said,
yes, it's true. So when you're there,
you and along your colleagues,
and then she's retired from Rivers and she's doing education in Egypt. So she provided a talk in Egypt the last excavations. And so she was very interesting for the students actually. For them.
Esteemed colleagues, as much as I know that socializing is part of the game, and the freedom we have because there is no audience except for ourselves, which is heavy enough, I would say. I think we should start at some point, particularly because we are running almost half an hour late, which is not a problem in itself, because my presidential remarks can be very short, as you will see. We should actually keep the timetable, particularly because we have 3 online lectures and they should be online.
Yeah.
So, yeah, online. So without further ado, I would like to invite Shrikant Gandhi to come to the stage. I think, well, he needs no introduction because everybody now already knows him, but he's from Deccan College and obviously has done archaeological work. For me, the most interesting bit was that, well, to learn that you've done Panigiri. So that's of course very exciting. So who's not listening?
Excuse me, just my colleagues are out. There's some ritual or formality that we need to do before we start.
I see, yes, that's of course true. So we have to wait for them.
So can go also because it's an example. Yes.
How do we do that with the online speakers? That would be interesting. How actually? Yes.
Yeah, this is
So with your permission, can I?
Yes, please. Do you want to sit or do you want to speak? Do you want to sit or speak? You stand?
Yeah, I stand. I prefer to stand. Yeah, hi. Laptop ये तो करके ना ताकि अच्छा ठीक है ये मेरा आगे पीछे हो रहा है देखो उसको ये करो फुल मोड में करो क्या हो गया ये नहीं है ये है नहीं हो रहा नहीं हो रहा
Don't have to give any opening remarks. Professor Max has done the job for you. Can you kindly present the bouquet to the...
No, she ordered me to do this.
ये नहीं होगा वो निकाल दीजिए इनका ये था just bring the pull वो लगा है इसको mine is not working I think it has some issues
So we still have to do the Pratidana Karma, right?
yeah yes
and some students are
Oh, really? Oh.
I'll do this okay so
What about the ceremony?
the students are on the way
What is happening? What is happening?
Yes, sir. I'm starting.
Already started to present everything.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Welcome everybody. I would request Dr. Amit Ranjan to please present a bouquet to Dr. Shrikant Gadvi. Please, everybody, please put your hands together to welcome. Thank you, sir.
Shrikant, the floor is yours.
It may be better to hope you hold it because it will not ramble as much. Okay, we'll do a sound check.
Hello. So, very good morning to all of you. Respected Chairperson, Professor Max Dick sir, Dr. Vijay Chaudhary sir, the Executive Director of the Bihar Heritage Development Society, all distinguished scholars. I will be talking on the archaeology of Buddhist monastery of the northeastern region of the Deccan. And the region has not been basically studied in detail, taking into the different perspectives. This is basically the map of Andhra, basically the term which we come across in the epigraphic records and the textual sources. And the region which I will be talking is basically the region of the present-day Telangana, where we have the cluster of different monastic sites, which include the Panigiri, one of the well-known Buddhist sites, along with the sites such as Chada, Tirumalagiri, Gajur-Banda, Vardhaman-Kota or Vardhaman-Kota, the sites which could be the satellite sites in the hinterland of Panigiri, and Nelakottapalli, one of the important sites which shows the continuity of Buddhist monasticism for many centuries till the 5th, 6th century CE. The paper basically aims at looking into how the Buddhist monastic sites emerged in the northeastern part of the Deccan, and how these sites further subsequently disseminated, and also to understand the sacred landscape or the landscape and the process of getting associated with the auspiciousness or the sacredness, the nature of Buddhist monasticism, and also the association of the satellite monastic sites, the role of the patronage, because we have the evidence of the royal patronage of the Ikshwakus, as well as also the community patronage or the collective patronage. That term basically the designed by and first time coined by and first time used by Professor Vidya Deheja in her one of the seminar articles. The research questions are basically what was the role of landscape in making of the site, because we have the hilltop monastic sites, again the word which frequently used by Dr. Julia Shaw in her work on the Buddhist monastic sites of Central India. Besides the hilltop monastic sites, we have the sites which are located not on the hills as such. Then how did all these sites emerge? What was their support system? Whether they were located with the habitation site, or what was also association of the main site or key site like Panigiri with the other sites related located in its hinterland. Then what kind of the religious rites and rituals can be extracted from the material culture of the sites. And many times beside the structure we have many interesting evidence of material culture. So probably the objective, one of the important objectives of carrying out the re-excavation or the re-examination of the site is basically looking into those aspects which generally never become or not became earlier the part of a larger study. The Fanigiri located in Nagaram mandal of the Surya district, around 125 kilometers from eastern direction of Hyderabad. Site, as I told, located on the hilltop. And what is interesting is that the presence of the megalithic circles and the habitation site, whose antiquity goes back to the early Iron Age or megalithic period, almost in the region of southern India or Andhra Pradesh, around 600 or 700 BC. So it shows that, before establishment of this early historic site, how one can see the continuation of the habitation site. This site was explored by many scholars, by different agencies. Started from the archaeology department of the during the Nizam's government or the domain of the Nizams, then Department of Archaeology and Museums, Andhra Pradesh, Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Telangana, and it's a new name, Heritage Telangana. And the recent excavation was basically carried out in 2018-19 and for the region in a collaboration with the Deccan College Postgraduate Research Institute. So at least sometimes it becomes very difficult to find the history of any site. Unfortunately, we being the students of archaeology, we always interested to record the past. But while doing so, we many times forget the record the present. And unfortunately, it happened with the site. Unfortunately, no one knows how many sites was excavated. So this is a big question. So at least an attempt has been done to know the history of the site. And it seemed that 1941-44, Khwaja Muhammad was the first archaeologist who explored the site. Until 2089, these seasons were carried out. But again, as I mentioned, probably these seasons do not include couple of seasons, which neither recorded in Indian Archaeological Review nor any of the official publications. If you look at the structure, we have the many structures, that is, which include the viharas or the series of the cells, that is monasteries. Then we have the chaitya grahas. In chaitya grahas, we have the different typologies such as upside down, then circular, and the octagonal structure which I will be talking about it. Then also the Shila Mandap, we have the 48 pillar Shila Mandap. Then we have the 24 pillar Shila Mandap. So again, the different varieties of the pillar hall. And then the Mahastupa, or what we have the exact word in the epigraphic records of the Andhra Pradesh, Mahachetiya. Although we call them these structures as a Mahastupa, but none of the inscription, whether it is inscription of the Nagarjunakonda Mahastupa or even the recently excavated Kanakanahalli Mahastupa, we have the word Mahachetiya. So although we do not have any epigraphic evidence as such from Fanigiri, but better, although we generally use the term like Mahastupa, but technically the Mahachetiya and Buddha images, and the first site and the only known site in South India where we have the remains of the Torandwar. So this is actually the aerial view of the site, and here the Mahastupa. Then we have the cluster of the so-called Otis stupas. It was a Professor Gregory Chopin who has drawn our attention and coined very important term, the cult of the local monastic day, and he used it that probably the Otis stupa, which the frequently the term used by the scholars, is a kind of misnomer. Then we have the basically the remains of the.
So LCT पे नहीं करेगा सर, LCT पे नहीं.
Then we have the refectory. Then these are the chaitya gruhas. Then our pottery yard. Then basically the area where we carried out excavation, circular chaitya, octagonal structure. Again 48 pillar mandap. Then the 24 pillar mandap. So these are the archival photographs of the early excavations. And this is a very famous sculpture known as the turban relic sculpture. Probably this is one of the such sculptures which has drawn the attention of the art historians to understand the Fanigiri, and considering the Fanigiri as one of the important sub-centers of the basically the Andhra Pradesh school, which was basically emerged at Nagarjunakonda, Amravati, and further its development can be seen at Nagarjunakonda. where one can see on the top we have the worship of the children of Siddhartha Gautama or Buddha. Then the middle one is basically the palace scene, and the last one is basically the scene related to the Buddha's departure, that is the Mahavinishkaman. And these are basically very important contribution by Professor Parul Pandadhar of the Department of History, University of Delhi, where she basically constructed the structures. We know her seminar work on the Torana architecture and Torana art, and Panigiri is probably the only site, known site of the South India where we have the remains of Toran Dwar. And the Torandwaras are basically on the land. One can see the basically how intricately the narratives depicting some known, you can say the stories from the Buddha's life, and then also some of the unidentified stories according to the both the Professor Peter Scaling. I will talk later on about his contribution, and some of them are very interesting stories. So probably not all stories have been basically properly identified or deciphered. It was a Professor Peter Skilling who wrote a very important article in the early decades of the century, and because of his seminar article, the world of academicians, including the art historian, archaeologists, Indologists, basically came to know about the potential of the site and its importance. One of the beautiful sculptures of the birth of Siddhartha, which has received an honor of basically be part of the very famous exhibition at Met Metropolitan Museum of Art. And this is a very interesting, probably for as we know that very important story or the episode from the life of Siddhartha Gautama, which has never become a part of the early Buddhist Sanskrit text. So one can find its absence in Buddha Charita by Acharya Buddha Ghosh or Lalit Vistar and Mahavastu. Although we have in Lalit Vistar and Mahavastu we have the basic stories related to this episode, but we find the different text. It was basically the Sanghaveda Vastu, where first time we get basically the name of the Yaksha Shakya Vardhana, and also recently the Kanakanahalli site provides very important epigraphic evidence mentioning Shakya Vardhana Chaitya. So probably as we know that Kanakanahalli and the work carried out by the scholars provided very important evidence to understand basically how some of the textual sources or some of the episodes whose generally we come across the issue of identification has been solved through the textual studies. And here we find the main is basically the figure is of Shakya Vardhan, and this is basically the family deity of the Yakshas, and one can see Mahamaya, the mother of Gautama Buddha or Siddhartha Gautama, and as we know this was the early time period, so the representation of a Siddhartha Gautama in a basically symbolic form and these are the basically important sculptures. The first Salman, then basically we have also stored that side which is not visible here, basically the presentation of a Madhupinda by Tapassu and the Bhalik to the Buddha, and also the presentation of Baul by the Chatur Mahapalas or 4 Lokpalas. And this is a Chakravarti king where we have basically he is shown with the Saptaratna. So very interesting that how we have the basically the depiction of Chakravarti king from the early school of Andhra Desha, that is from Amravati to Panigiri, and how he is shown with the different kinds of ratnas. The worship of the stupa, and also the sculpture of the Buddha. Some sculpture which has not been satisfactorily identified, so the identification is with question mark, either Yaksha, question mark, or Bodhisattva. Then this is basically the pillar where we have the very meticulously and intricately carvings of a different Buddhist symbols, also the basically the ghata or base of the pillar. The Buddha path is seen that the numerous Buddha paths and some of them are inscribed Buddha pathas show that probably the worship of the Buddha pathas was prevalent at the site. And also the railing. And what is interesting that not only the stupa as we generally thought, but during our excavation we found that even monastery or in the premises of the monastery we had also the remains of the railing. It means that some of the monastic cells, not all, or some of the monasteries which must have some kind of the significance in a given, we are basically inside the railings. Probably, as I told, probably we are more or less focused on the structures. By doing so, one of the issues, and when we found that how the material culture, yesterday we have very wonderful lecture by Dr. Colin, that how the pottery and the different kind of the artifacts, if we not able to connect or associate with the site, then probably we lose very important data. So this is a general view of the site. One can see the water bodies, presence of the water bodies on the such a granite hill and also in the vicinity of the site. This is basically the control plan of the Padikiri site, which prepared by us to show the basically the location, the different levels of the structures. So this is basically the plan of our excavation, showing that how the different ranges were taken by us. These are the earlier structures, generally where we found the upside down chain tables. And also in one of the upside down chain tables, how the basement was made with the stone slabs, and also one can see the platform. So this was a discussion carried out by the 2002 and 3. Unfortunately, we did not much data, but even we tried to make it a line drawing and carried out its scientific clearance against to show it's basically the structural features. It seems to be the very important structure in the Chaitya Guru, one of the important Chaitya Gurus in the entire site. Another upside down Chaitya Guru. So coming to the excavation which I am talking about, which was carried out to know that the question was obviously what was the aims and objectives of the examining the site again and again. So as I told that earlier excavation probably mostly focusing on the unearthing the structures and the structures remains. So probably we will not able to understand the pattern of the monastic pattern. And when we carried out excavation, we find that this site, Panigiri, has preserved a very peculiar monastic pattern. In each pattern, like probably the further development of the Nagarjuna, where we have a very peculiar pattern of the monastic structures, where we have the basically the Sangharam or the Bihar, then presence of the Mahacheti or Mahastupa in its campus, and then the two Chaitya Gruhas, mostly the upside down in the case of the Nagarjuna, with either both of them have enshrined the stupa, or one of them has enshrined the stupa, whereas the other enshrined the Buddha. So this is what we have the kind of very standard pattern of Nagarjuna Kunda. So to see that whether Panigiri continue the same monastic pattern or it has its own peculiar features of architecture. So basically also interested to see that the architectural features of these different structures, and we find that the Sila Mandapa, which is generally the term known or comes for the in the epigraphic corpus of the Andhra Pradesh inscription for the pillar hall, it seems to be the very well planned all pillars, the basis of the all pillars are very generally constructed with the bricks, baked bricks. Inside we have the limestone pillar, and again they are plastered. So again, as I will be talking later on, that even the nature of the lime plaster at the different places also suggests that the structure or the plan of the construction had you can say the must have been not only the blueprints but also very well thought, well planned kind of this architecture. So this is its line drawing. So we focus on the preparation of the line drawings because we did not get any data from the earlier excavation of any line drawing. So it was also challenged to document each and every brief and prepare basically the line drawing to see that how these structures have architecture features. Then one of the most important structures which we unearthed is in basically the octagonal structure. So recently, as we know that recently the Mark, the famous publication in the field of art history, has published a special volume on the Panigiri, and in Panigiri we have an article on the landscape of the Panigiri and basically the landscape of the Buddhist monastic sites during the time period of the Ikshwaku by one of my friends, Professor Akira Shinda. So as the report is still under preparation, so it was thought that this structure could be the Bodhighara. Because Bodhighara is basically the structure where in the center of the structure it could be the mostly octagonal or sometimes also circular. The Bodhi tree is planted or is basically the major or the principal object of the veneration. But recent study, recent visit to this site with Professor Dayalan, former director of Archaeological Survey of India, we again re-examined site and came to conclusion that it could not be the Bodhighara. The center portion, which you can see, the close scrutiny of re-examination or re-scrutiny of the structure show that there was a structure of basically limestone slab was not to basically encircle the Bodhi tree, but a kind of a stupa. Then probably our earlier observations or earlier statements which were reported by the many scholars including Dr. or Professor Akira Shinda and others, that it would be one of the examples of the Bodhighara does not seem to be true on the recent visit, and then it becomes one of the kind of the octagonal Chaitya and probably we have such examples coming from. First is basically Nagarjuna Konda. Unfortunately we have only the line drawings, and then such examples are coming from the Gandhara Desha. We have at the Takshashila. Such kind of the structures are again published by S. Sarkar on his very seminal work on the early Buddhist architecture of India. That is a very good work by Dr. S. Sarkar, which talks about how the different architecture models in a Buddhist monasticism were developed. And then, as I told that, besides, one of my interests was to understand the nature of the bricks, because probably while understanding the monastic architecture, what I personally feel that there are some research areas which were not basically taken into consideration, which are basically the large mass production of the bricks. And it was none other than our senior colleague and good friend Dr. Sanyal, who in his work on Mughal Mari has made a very important attempt and has drawn our attention to understand the manufacturing techniques of the bricks and different dimensions of the brick. It means that probably it was well thought that where the brick, maybe the octagonal, maybe the semicircular, maybe the kind of the different kind of the shapes were actually required, and also in what quantity. It means that probably the brick manufacturing technology, techniques, and basically that entire, you can say, the workshop was very well developed in especially monastic architecture. Another important contribution recently by Rajghatta site, which is probably one of the very important Buddhist monastic site, and explored by Professor M.S. Krishnamurthy of Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture of Mysore University. He also unearthed more than 25 to 30 different types of the bricks. So that shows that how the brick technology was very well developed. And in Panigiri also, probably we found around not less than 10 to 15 types of the bricks, especially in the octagonal structure, in basically the circular structure. It shows that probably this area also needs to be further examined. This is a plan. Then we also found the viharas. And so probably these viharas have a very specific plan, and cells are obviously of a different dimension. But one thing is very clear that the particular cells have basically the veranda or the front porch, and one small room must be for the monastic, you can say the residence of the acharya, and the kind of this large room must be for visitors. So that seems to be very interesting that how probably, and we found such kind of I don't know, yeah. Sorry. Such kind of these cells, particularly this portion, then this portion. What the size of these cells? This they are very generally found. We have to 7 feet to 7 feet, 6 feet to 6 feet.
1% can.
Yeah. 7 to, yeah, somewhere where we have the rooms for the acharyas, not in this plan. The one room is by 7 to 7 feet, and then the veranda, which we have the 10 to 12 feet, and then again another room more larger, 8 or 10 to 10 feet, must be for the visitor, and the person who is residing must be the mahathero or a kind of the abbot of the particular either the monastic community or the panigiri site. We do not know exactly from inscriptions. And this is a very accidental discovery that on the basically the pathway we found stupa. Again, as I told that if you go by the Professor Chopin's theory, so very difficult to call them as a votive. So I will just say the stupa, as we did not find any evidence, contextual evidence of any kind of the relics. So again, considering the memorial could be the not proper. So remains of the stupa on the basically pathway. And what is interesting, if you go slides. So here we have found basically the pathway, and it shows that the pathway has basically the railing of a lime cluster on the both way in view of the stairway. So the very well executed or very well planned kind of the monastery. Unfortunately, the many of the remains which you are seeing, looking at, they are not all excavations. So it also became very difficult for us to basically correlate. And also you can see that we have the basically the slabs which used for the slab kind of the floor, and many times we have the floors are paved with the lime cluster. These are the earlier two Chaitya Guhas. One of the another important or accidental discovery is a large around 7 to 7.5 feet. You can say the sculpture of human sculpture. Again, it has its own identification, earlier identified as a bodhisattva with question mark or yaksha. But what is interesting to see that also stucco. It is one of the largest. I am not saying only largest, but it seems that one of the largest stucco images in the Deccan region based on the published data. And this we try to basically unearth as possible in a good condition. But as we know that the region of Panigiri, due to the environment, ecology, hardly the sculptures of stucco are in a good state of preservation. And it seems to be the hand is basically in a protection mudra, and also with the two sculptures which are known as Padmanidhi and Shankanidhi. Why Padmanidhi? If you look carefully on the top of the Padmanidhi you have the lotus, whereas on the top of this image we have the Shankha. And we can compare this image with these two masterpieces of Padmanidhi and Shankanidhi unearthed from the Nagarjunakonda and presently on the display at Nagarjunakonda Archaeological Site Museum, dated to the time period of the Ikshvakus, that is the 3rd-4th century of Common Era. And we have some interesting sculptures. One is from Koli, another is a Nandayar Palam, where it shows that how the so-called bodhisattva or yaksha is shown with the two attendants, and probably when the entire sculpture of this bodhisattva or yaksha was standing, it could or it must have been flanked by because these two sculptures of Shankanidhi and Padmanidhi, they were unearthed just in the same, you can see the area, working area of the image where we have the large stucco image was found. Then, as I told that this time also we concentrated on unearthing the fragments of the railing, the architecture fragments, and it seems that not only the stupa but also the Chaitya Gharas or the Chaitya Guhas, as well as some of the cells or the monasteries. Some parts of the monasteries were also protected by, encircled by the fragments of the railing. Also, that is again our assumption, because we basically documented each and every architecture or each and every antiquity in its the present context at the time of the excavation. We do not know, or we didn't know whether they were moved from from somewhere to that location, or that is part of the process. But as they were not found in the basically, but planned in a very kind of very systematic order in the vicinity of the Chaitya Vikas or Viharas, then probably this could be one of the possibilities on which probably we have to think. Then the exterior walls of the monasteries and the Chaitya Gurus were basically ornate or decorated with the lotus medallions and different kind of the motifs made of the stucco. Unfortunately, the art of the stucco of the Deccan region has not been considered or has not been studied in detail. So probably we have the different kind of the objects, stucco objects, and they are basically found again in the vicinity of the monastery, and whether only the sale of a chief abbot or mukhya acharya or mahathira was ornate, we don't know, but as we found in a basically vicinity of the monasteries. Then also the iron objects so must have been used for the doors, as we found in a different conditions. And again the pottery, so probably as I told that yesterday Dr. Colin has shown that how this the so-called minor antiquity is not a minor antiquity, but it is the marker of the site. It basically marks the making of the site. It's a different cultural phases and plays a very important role, or what I can rather I can say the key role in the basically fixing the stratigraphy. So we found basically the redware, the black and redware, and this is stamp of pottery. So these are the few to just show that probably a largest stone jars from the site. As I told that the Panigiri, also important to understand the meaning of the Panigiri. In the vicinity of the Panigiri, we have many monastic sites which are basically now in a different states of the preservation, mostly not good states of preservation. This is the site called the Shada, which recently the Department of Heritage Telangana is proposed for excavation, where we have basically remains of the inscriptions, inscribed panels. Then one can see the Buddha path. We also unearth the Buddha image from the site, and again last shows basically the remain of the umbrella. It means that the site must have had a stupa, and the stupa had basically encircled with the Shatravali, and this is a part of one of the Shatras. So all these remains are scattered in the land which is under basically the agriculture cultivation and need to be preserved. Another site which basically excavated not more than one season in the 80s of the last century, that is the Vardhaman Kota, where we have the large Buddha image. And again, these railing pillars are basically recently collected by us in our basically field survey of the site, and we requested the government to basically take in their custody. So it means that from this excavation of Vardhaman Kota, they found a large stone pillar hall, that is the Shila Mandapa, and also remains of the Chaitya Guru. And this site seems to be have a kind of the fortification. It seems that this could be one of the very important habitational site. Again, not properly excavated and not properly documented. So as we know that at least we have the evidence of the Dhulikatta. Dhulikatta has been one of the fortified cities, and the scholars believe that Dhulikatta could be the one of the out of the 30 cities mentioned by the Pliny as a fortified cities, which I will talk later on. But Vardhaman Kota has also seems to be the two different zones. One is basically the religious zones which has preserved basically the remains of the monastic establishment, and another is basically the settlement. So the entire site is basically under cultivation, and we found many of the antiquities even just where we walk. This is the site which I am talking, just mentioned, the Dhulikatta, one of the important settlements of Satvana settlements, or very in a basically archaeological terminology, rather than associated with any political dynasty, I would say that one of the early historic settlements of basically the Telangana, where we have another settlement is the Kotlingala, Pedavankur. So Pedavankur, Kotalingala, and third one is Dhulikatta. At Kotalingala and Dhulikatta, we have the basic, and along with the Kondakur, we have the basically the evidence of the very much presence of the Satvanas, coinage of the Satvanas. From Kotlingala, we have unearthed basically the coinage to the pre-Satvana, and now the scholars are thinking that probably this north-eastern zone of the Andhra Desha or the Telangana could be the original home of the Satvanas, because we have in a stratigraphy, Kotlingala provides basically the new evidence for the revisiting the chronology of the Satvanas. And here we have basically the Mahachaitya or the stupa. And the famous sculptures. The first one is published on basically the cover page of the catalog published by Professor Dr. John Goy. That is a tree and serpent, you can say a museum. That is a Muchridanaga. Second one is basically the Ramagrama episode. We know that in the Deccan, the Ramagrama episode became very important. It shows that, and from Kanaganalli, we have also very important epigraphic evidence of identifying this particular the second panel as of Ramagrama. Earlier, the scholar used to think, or the scholars have proposed it could be the representation of Ramagama, but as I told that Kanaganalli inscriptions have helped us in identifying many of so-called or proposed identifications. In Rajubanda, this is probably the very closest site to the Phanigiri, where we found again monastic pattern of Mahastupa or Mahachaitya, then monasteries. And again, it is not in good state of preservation and excavated for the one season, that is again the last years of the 70s of the last century, 78-79. One of the most fascinating sites, probably the largest stupa of South India, and that is none other than the Nelakondapalli. So probably the site has not basically got its proper place or the proper attention in the history of Buddhist architecture, stupa architecture, but it is one of the largest stupas, or what we say that is a multi-terrace stupas. And unfortunately, the excavation was continued for more than 8 years, from the 1971, 72, 73 to till the basically the early years of the 80s of the last century. Unfortunately, no report has been published, and this site has also important because we have the remains of the mandapas, Shila mandapas, monasteries, and important is a workshop. So yesterday, as Dr. Rajesh Sandar, he mentioned very important evidence of the remains of the stupa, which is not enough. It's a finished condition, and the stupa, the votive stupa, because that is a stone stupa, so that stupa is basically eligible to be called as votive stupa. So it's basically not in a state of it's a complete or unfinished stage, and so this site provided more than 10 to 12 large Buddha images from Nelakondapalli, many chips of the stones, many basically the portions of the stones in a different working condition to make or to come to the very logical conclusion to the scholar that Nelakondapalli was one of the important sites. Besides one of its importance of being one of the monastic sites, the significance lies of considering it as a workshop site. And this is basically the accidental discovery found in the water, the large, you can see the tank in front of this. Earlier they identified as Aulukiteshwar, but this is not Aulukiteshwar. This is again the bronze of the Buddha. And this is a very important because we have very less evidence of the bronze manufacturing images or the bronze manufacturing art from this region. We have the sculpture from the Amravati, and then again a very large gap, and then probably we don't find. So finding of the Nelakondapalli is important to connect with the Vidarbha region, where we have the 3 large bronzes from the Amlapuri, then Kumpar in the central India, where we have the again bronze shades. So probably that needs to be the very important to revisit the connections. So, coming to the conclusion or observations, Phanigiri about the site, where we found basically earlier the scholar used to believe that this is a one phase, the site had a one phase or single phase structural activity. Our excavation provided very important clue that the site was not a single phase, but it had 2 phases of architecture. Unfortunately, we made an attempt to remove some of the structures of the second phase, but didn't get permission. Otherwise, but during our last phase of our last year's season, we found basically the presence of some monastic remains below the present structure as they are going in a different direction. So, thanks to the Stapatis that they not constructed on the same plan. That is why at least we were able to locate them. Then we also find the typology of the shrines, that we have the upside, we have upside circular and octagonal. So octagonal structure is not Bodhikara, but it is basically the octagonal Chaitya Gruha. Then the coinage, there is a very important aspect which I didn't discuss. We found the coinage of the Satvanas, Ikshvakus, Vishnu Kundis, and Mahatalvaras, which were like this other. The Mahatalvaras were the kind of the feudatories. And then we also carried out a scientific study of the light cluster by one of my colleagues, Dr. Sachin Joshi, who is a scientist at Deccan College. He carried out scientific study of light cluster, which shows that according to the requirement, according to the strength of the structure, there was a change in the chemical composition of the limestone cluster. So that is a very important part to show that the composition of the light cluster on the site was not universal or the same, but according to its strength and requirement, they changed its composition. Then, as we know that probably not many sites are on the hills like Vardhamanu or the Shada, or the site like Gajubanda is just a small hill. So probably Panigiri seems to be very important, as it has a kind of the sacred landscape, which was also continued later on. Then we have the Rikatta and Nelakondapalli was a very important site, as I told that probably the further development of the Panigiri can be looked at Nelakondapalli. So thank you to all colleagues, authorities, our collaborators and our team who work in the heat of basically 44 to 45 degrees Celsius of Telangana region, which is a really challenging task. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Vikant. I very much hesitate to stop you because this was very fascinating. We are running late, so I have to be very strict. We have literally 3 minutes for questions. So that would probably give us room, let's say, for 2 or 3. 2 rather than 3. Then I would like to go to the tea break because we have to keep schedule. We have to start right at noon because we will have online presentations and we certainly should not leave our online colleagues, I can call them like that, waiting. So strict timetable, questions 2. And I will keep back not to ask the questions I wanted to ask.
Yes.
Can you take the mic?
Sir, I wanted you to discuss a bit on the refractory site, as in what identifies it. It's also behind the main stupa.
Yes.
And how do we look at the site and probably also cooking area and so on?
So actually, we have that refractory area was found or unearthed in basically the early days of the excavations, and basically on the based on the findings of the large stone jars, then basically the evidence of the cooking, burning, the bricks, and all those you can say they basically identified that area as a refractory area. Yes. In also, it seems that the monastery, as we thought that the monastery has a kind of a centralized space for the cooking, that was not the case at Panigiri. In our excursion, we also found the space which was very systematically used basically towards the end of the site just for the cooking. We also found the large stone jars, then patches of the burning. We took basically all evidences and also some charred grains, Yeah, but as you know, the basically due to the climatic condition, there are limitations for preservations of all these kind of the evidences.
And sir, do they have a strict architectural design, sir? Refractory sites?
Actually, as I told that, we made the first and the known plans of the site. So whatever the plans of the site were published in a mark volume or anywhere, they were published by us. So earlier data actually strictly fine, sorry to say, but even the agency which were involved in its earlier excavation, they did not have line drawings and all data. So sometimes that is I told that we basically try to reconstruct the past and honor the past. Many times we don't have the record of last 40 or 50 years. So it's a solid state. Yeah.
That was 1.5 questions, so we have half question.
Yes.
Otherwise, I actually would request you to approach Shrikant in the break.
I think she has question.
Who has questions?
Okay. When we have more time.
Thank you.
I just have one question, sir. How many, can you tell me about how many numbers of nails did you get? That nails that you showed,
Yeah.
sir, was it in bulk?
No, not in bulk. So we got not more than 6 to 8 pieces.
So that's very interesting because these look like for fixing tiles. And at the site of Lalipahari, they got almost 500, minimum 500 nails. And Ishan is far more. Actually, it can go up to even 2000. They were very typically these days they were used for fixing tiles. So that's why I asked you, like, how many did you get with this?
It's also a question of size,
Yes.
right? I mean,
Yes, small one.
small
Not
one.
large. Small.
Yeah, okay,
Not
that
large.
could be size.
A small one, yes. Yes, not large. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So this actually brings me in the good position not to have to give a presidential address because my father actually was not actually traveling in the region as in your case. So I would not have to say very much about this. So I would say tea is ready, is it? So I would close the session. I was told that I'm actually chair because I'm taking over from the last session yesterday. I could probably only say that this was a very interesting session if you pack everything together because we covered quite almost a crescent, right? If you kind of convey a crescent across the Indian subcontinent in a region where we normally don't combine the region. So that I found very interesting and I learned a lot. Thank you all. And now tea break, please.
Shrikant, the flowers.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I mean, we're talking.
Very interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So this is you can actually now already smell the red. I am interested in that. Sheila Manga.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You go to the tea now?
Yes.
I'm
out of office now.
मैं तो जस्ट बताया कोशिश दिया अच्छी ऑलवेज
directly not in the reverse order.
Right.
Right? But you can follow your own.
No.
And also it's very good right in front of
as I said,
स्वाद तो मोबाइल हो गया स्वाद किसको किसको स्वाद के लिए किसको भेजे हो
reading the answers against the grain, so to speak.
This has been developed.
You know this.
academic उतना नहीं हो पा रहा
Did you find the time? Because usually it was like you find
But the male actually is free head and imagine it goes inside. So you are going to go inside. You are going to outside. That's it. And you have to try to like it. So when you feel it and you get this line here, all the outside this portion. And it's very important because hardly has a superstructure. So that's
Of course, this is what the point of the presentation is to say.
तुमको बिल्कुल पहचान नहीं ये अभी से कैबिनेट अभी
शांति
We are communicating the scholars in a respectful way. Adding the goals and then come to the adding the goals.
I have to look in the window, there must be a rule.
How are you, sir?
We might actually get animal rights going further control.
We have a connection with the
My father, specific scenes which are not how did you come to working with this? Probably looking for and then you have to look for something else now for everybody else because that's again you're not really scratching the surface because so there are some scenes where I identify suspicion where I'm actually looking for possible minor what there is
Then also stuff that is like mysterious.
I didn't know that you were the director of the Bihar exhibitions. Actually, and Sandra Nicola was yeah, because I she told me that she has done her study on the RNAs and thousands and Okay.
Elegance of this is
Yes, it's fine. Yeah, that is,
our landscape is very
very
our
nice.
one is kind of closing up painting place of the everything.
Okay, everything is on the track. Yeah.
Once the color is down,
Of course. No, very good.
It's all this kind of really needs to be it's not so much
ऑन करो
I will write just
हाँ?
okay.
12 बजे
Good afternoon, everybody. For this post-lunch, post-tea session. So here we are starting with the third session, and I'm welcoming Dr. Vijay Kumar Chaudhary to chair this session. And in this session, we will discuss about Buddhist monasteries in Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh. And the first speaker, first let me welcome all the speakers. We have Professor Anura Manatunga from Kelaniya University. Sir, please come on to the dais, and I would request Ajay Chakrawal to please present bouquet, and everybody please join in welcoming him. All the other sessions in this, all the other lectures in the sessions are online. Let us also welcome Professor Robin Kodinam. He is online with us on Google Meet. Sir, can you hear me?
Namaskar, hello. This is Vijay Kumar. I welcome you on this occasion. Thank you very much for joining.
So we start with the first lecture, sir.
Yeah. So yes, Professor Amura, guys, to start.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. Mr. Chairperson and distinguished guest scholars and good afternoon to everybody. chairperson, Reverend and other scholars, friends, online participants. My presentation is today is on Anuradhapura, and it's general description on Anuradhapura and about comparative study on the architectural monuments and the landscape of Anuradhapura. I am attempted to present something on it. First, we will see where is Anuradhapura, and because most of you have not gone there, I show you Anuradhapura is up also. It's somewhere there, you can see it. Yeah. And it's been surrounded by large bodies of water. We call them tanks, and at least 5 tanks are surrounded Anuradhapura, and the monuments are in that area. Now we'll see what are the significance of Anuradhapura. And Anuradhapura was the first capital city of Sri Lanka. Right? It was the first capital city of Sri Lanka. And it was the largest early historic city in the south of Godavari River. You know about a lot of cities south of Godavari, but in the early historic period, it was the largest city in Godavari. It was possibly the most prosperous city in the region during the 3rd century CE and till 10th century CE. You know, after the decline of Guptas, there was not that much prosperous urban settlements in India. But during that period, and up to the rise of Cholas came up in the 10th century as a prosperous kingdom, and during that period, Anuradhapura was the most prosperous city in the region. And it is also the most sacred city for Theravada Buddhists after the original cities in the Ganga Valley. You know the Buddha Gaya here, and also Narayana, and Rukmini, there, Nobin, Sarnath. Those places are highly sacred for Buddhists. But after that, Anuradhapura is the most sacred for Buddhists. Not Sanji, not Tatsila, or some other place, but it's Anuradhapura. Because after declining those places, the pilgrims, they came to Anuradhapura to worship. Because they couldn't come to Buddha or Nalanda, Sarnath, or Rukmini, or some other place. And it continued for 1400 years as the administrative center of the site. It's a long span of time, 1400 years means. Started in the 4th century BCE and declined in the 10th century. It means about 1400 years. Continuously became the capital city of the island, except for a few decades. About 18 years it shifted to Siberia, and sometimes it shifted to Colonel before about decades or 2 decades. Otherwise, Anuradhapura continued as the capital city of Sri Lanka for 1400 years. And now we'll see what are the monumental significance of Anuradhapura. We know that the earliest or the oldest historical tree in the world is at Anuradhapura. You know about the Sri Bodhi. The Bodhi tree was here at Bodhgaya, but it was destroyed by one of the Asoka's queens, and then thereafter the second one was destroyed by Muslim invaders. And thereafter, this tree, it was grown by a sapling taken from Sri Bodhi of Bodhgaya, was lasted. So this is the oldest historical tree prevailing in the world today at Anuradhapura, Sri Bodhi. We call it Sri Bodhi. It was planted by a sapling taken by Sangamitra from the original Bodhi tree during Emperor Asoka's time. And there are a lot of stupas at Anuradhapura, and among those stupas, there are 3 stupas. They are the highest in the world. the Mahatupa, this is the Mahatupa, and the Chetavana and the Abhayagya. All these three stupas are within walking distance, and they are highest. I don't say they are the largest, because Borobudur must be the largest, and Kanheli and other places also. I mean, the other stupas here, they are bigger than this, but when we consider about the height, they are the highest. And then we'll see the history of the city. Anuradhapura established in the actually it's the 4th century BC or 5th or 4th by one nobleman called Anuradha. He established the city in the auspicious time of Anuradha. The established person's name and the time he established the city is both Anuradha. Therefore, the place was named as Anuradha Dham. It was village actually at the beginning, but later it became the town and the city. Actually, in the 4th century BCE, King Panduka Abayo, he established the city as the main administrative center of Sri Lanka, because he united the island to some extent, and he demarcated the city boundaries and village boundaries also, and also he appointed another Guptika, a person like mayor, to look after the city. And he also given, he demarcated some places, allocated some places for Nigantas and tree spirits, Yaksas, Brahmins, and that kind of people. And also Yavanas is priests or some other people. And also Sudras, servants, that kind of people, he has given separate places in the city. It means he has made the city in particular way and in systematic way. And at that time, Buddhism was not known there. So only for the Brahmins were there, and Yaksas were there, Nigantas were there, Jains were there. But the chronicle, the Mahamsa, doesn't mention about any Buddhist temple during this time. Anuradhapura later developed as a Buddhist city after 3rd century BCE. The 3rd century BCE, during Emperor Asoka's time, Buddhism came to introduced to Sri Lanka by Arahat Mahindra, son of Emperor Asoka. He introduced Buddhism to Sri Lanka, and thereafter, soon after actually, Buddhism has been recognized as a state religion in Sri Lanka. From thereafter up to present, it's continuing as a Buddhist country. Even today, the majority of people in Sri Lanka are Buddhist from that period onward. And construction of large monasteries. I mean, first monastery started by Devanapati is the 3rd century BCE. The first monastery called Kisarama in his name, and it's later converted into the Mahavihara. And in the beginning, he started the Kisarama temple at Ranama. And then, till Sangamita, she brought the Bodhi tree there, and that also established Anuradhapura, and that also a landmark of the development of Anuradhapura, and it became some kind of Buddhist city. And my friend Tommy is knowing very much about the place, and we think about the theocratic, Buddhist theocratic state developed at Anuradhapura, or it. And this is the first stupa at Anuradhapura. It's a stupa. It's a small stupa, a relatively small stupa. This is taken after reconstruction in 1842. And this stupa, though it's a small stupa, is one of the most sacred stupas at Anuradhapura. Though there are huge stupas, still people go and worship this one because this is the earliest known one, and also it has the Kodagona Buddhas inside it. This was built enshrining the following law. Therefore, this stupa is being very sacred for Buddhists of Sri Lanka. And this is the Mahabodhi tree at Anuradhapura. You can still see this. You will see the landscape of the monasteries. The first monasteries were established south of the city. The Tisarama and the Mahavihara were established south of the city. The city is, I can't point out this. City is somewhere here, and the monasteries were developed south of the city. And then the Abhayagiriya and the other monasteries were developed in the north of the city, the second stage. At the same time, east and the far north, the peripheral monasteries known as Pabhati Viharas were developed in this area and also in this area developed. Peripheral monasteries, we call them Pabhati Viharas. And later I explain what does it mean by Pabhati Viharas. So they were there. And in the western part, actually it's beyond this point, there were some other particular type of monasteries, we call them Madhanagara. So those monasteries were at that time. And further south, there were some kind of rock monasteries, cave monasteries are there. They are somewhat earlier monasteries than Mahaviharas, but fit some type of monasteries. And the building of the Mahatupa and the Lower Mahaprasada by King Buddhagami in the 1st century BC is one of the landmarks of developing Anuradhapura as a Buddhist city. Lower Mahaprasada is the chapter house or the Uposatagara of the Mahavihara. It was 12 stories height at that time. And it was known as the Lower Mahaprasada because it was covered by metallic tiles, lower tiles. Lower means metal, and so metal covered by metallic tiles. And after the building of the Mahatupa, Mahatupa is known as the Huangvali Gagara and also known as Hemamari Stupa, Swarnamari Stupa, several names are there. The most important thing is the exact point there was a tree for a tree split before building this stupa. But Buddhagami Abedi, he removed that one and built this stupa at the same point. And he has given the name of that tree split name to this stupa. The tree split name is Swarnamali. So he has given the name to this stupa and we call it the Swarnamali stupa or the Mahatupa. And after some time, in the 1st century CE, King Vattagami, he built the Abhayagiri Vihara. And the Abhayagiri Vihara, I show you Abhayagiri Vihara. This is an Abhayagiri Vihara. And in this point, there was a Jain temple before constructed this stupa. And the Jain priest, he insulted the king before he became a king. And as a revenge, he demolished his Jain temple and built this one. But he kept the Jain priest's name for this one. The Jain priest's name is Giri. And he took the king's name Abhay, because it's Vattagami Abhay, and Jain's name Giri, and coined the word Abhay. So he used Abhay name for that. Because Abhay is the part of the king's name, Giri is a part of the Jain priest's name. So this became Abhay. Abhay is taller than the Mahavihara, but still we call the Mahavihara for the Swarnamali Church. Now it has already been conserved by the UNESCO Sri Lanka Culture Tract. And is the Mahatupa. And Jetavana is it was built in the 3rd century BC, 3rd century CE by King Mahasena. And both these monasteries, Abhayagiriya and Jetavana was from Mahayana. But Mahavihara was already to the Mahatupa and Mahavihara was started from Theravada. So how they planned the city? The city area was plain. It was not mountainous area. It's strategic area. And not only this natural plain area, they sometimes leveled the area. It was mentioned in the chronicle that they leveled the area from time to time to make it more smooth. And they used water bodies as part of the main demarcation of landscape. And the most significant feature of the landscape of Anuradhapura is water springs. There are several huge reservoirs like this there, and it's surrounded by these huge irrigation reservoirs. They are also ancient as this ancient dam actually is stupas. This irrigation tank is over there, stupas. And then they use dressed stones, bricks, and timber as material mainly for building monasteries. And they leave parks, groves, and open spaces when they landscape the area. The groves are always mentioned. The Nandagogana, the Mahamudravina, and that type of open spaces, so some type of parks were there, and they were given much consideration for that kind of landscape. And this is the Lower Prasad. Now it has only 1,600 pillars like this, and this shows that the superstructure might have been built by kingdom, because we have only the foundational stones, and it says that it was 9 stories high at that time, but now we have only this one. This is the chapter house of the Mahavihara. And during 3rd century and 10th century CE, the city developed with large viharas, but we have a small scale stupas after that. And after building the Jetavana stupa in the 3rd century CE, until the end of Anuradhapura, there were no big stupa constructions, but there were medium sized and small stupas over there. But the viharas were developed. Art and architecture were developed during that period. And Abhayagiriya monastery was developed more than Mahavihara and Jetavana. Jetavana is restricted to small area, though the stupa was very big, the vihara is not that much big. But Abhayagiriya was developed, and the Abhayagiriya is the most prosperous. Vihara of Anuradhapura is center of that Vihara Abhayagiriya stupa. And this is the Abhayagiriya after it's conserved. Now it looks like this. And this feature is peculiar to India. In India you have Ayakastanga. But instead of Ayakastanga, we have this polytayaka, this kind of building. In archaeological literature called frontispiece of the stupa. And all the architectural elements are found here already. And the earliest architectural sculptural elements are found here. The earliest sculptures we can see in this frontispiece for icon. And a single they call it Vahal Kada, and there are 4 Vahal Kadas or icons in stupas. But in India you can see 5 pillars instead of this one. And you can see huge terrace there for people. Every school and this are terrace, and this type of terraces are there. Actually, two terraces are there for school. First one is the stone terrace, and there is sand terrace below this. And this photograph I took to show you the greenery, because the forest, or the parks or groves are also part of the landscape. The Sri Lankan cities, Sri Lankan towns, the forest is also part of that. Because the major fuel supply was the forest. Timber and firewood were taken from there. So forest is one of the essential items in Sri Lankan urbanization. Yes. Town and the forest is nearby. Even in Kandy, just beyond the palace, it's a huge thick forest. Here also, it is just beyond the Armenian. It's eastern entrance. And this is the Jetavana stupa. This is the biggest among all the stupas there, and the highest also. And recently conserved by the UNESCO Sri Lanka Culture Tracker. But though this is the biggest one, this is not that much sacred when we consider about the Mahapuruka or the Abhidhi or even small Tuparam was more sacred than this. Because here there were no corporate relics of Buddha. The other stupas have corporate relics of Buddha. And this is the image house of Jetavana Viharay. It's a huge image of there. That is now we can't see them. We destroyed. But only this first you can see there. And this very important. It's like the Buddhist railings of Sanchi. It's like that. And we go to the place railing site of Radhapura. And we call it a Buddhist railing. It's very important because it represents Buddhist philosophy. The Buddhist philosophy is like this railing. It's not solid, so you can go through it. Some kind of demarcation is there, but that is not like this wall. It's like this wall. Buddhism is like this wall. You can go, not that much hard and fast. So that's why we call it Buddhist railing. We don't know what was this building actually at the beginning, but we think it is a Bodhigara or something like that. And this one is also one of the chapter houses where Jetavana Viharay it was taken, it was demolished. We don't know who demolished it. Even some colonial period engineers, they used these stones as metal for roads. And possibly they were taken by him and also possibly by the and this is very important, this town. This found in the refectory of Abhigiri Shahir and for using to feed monks, rice and other things. Yes. And this type of huge ponds are found at Radhapura. In almost every monastery, I mean every Pirivena has their own pond. So this is one of the ponds. We call it Aquapunda or elephant pond because it's massive, it's in massive size. Therefore, we call it Aquapunda. And this is one of the other pond at Visurumiya temple, one of these other monasteries of Radhapura. And this is the twin, we call it Puttam or the twins pond. Puttam is twin. And Radhapura. That also belongs to Abhigiri monastery. There are about, at least 82 ponds like this at Radhapura in various sizes. It means every pilgrim has its own pond, as you saw it in Nalanda yesterday. And And these are the peculiar type of monasteries. They were placed in the western part of the city, and we call them double platform monasteries at the beginning because this monasteries has double platforms like this. Like that. And they were well built, but no art, sculptural art there. We can't find any sculptural art there except in this one. This was identified as a urinal, interpreted as a urinal, but I felt doubt about that. I think it's a paduka or something like that. And therefore, once I suggested that these are not proper Buddhist temples and they can be Jain temples, because they were found in the separate area of the city, and also no Buddha images, no stupas, no Bodhi trees, nothing. They have only this type of plain double platforms. But except this type of constructions are there. So I think they were the places to wash feet, like Padavandana, to have. And then there were Pambaka Viharas, so the peripheral monasteries. They were beyond this Jetavana, Abhayagiriya, and Mahavihara area. They were known as Pambaka Viharas. Earlier scholars, they believed they were rock temples. The Pambaka in Pali it means rock. Therefore, they understood these monasteries as Pambaka Viharas. But except one or two examples, all these places are without rocks. They are same as the other monasteries. But only thing is, they were found far away places. Far away means far away from the city, beyond the city, in peripheral regions. Therefore, I interpreted them as Parvata Viharas. Parvata, not Parvata, Parvata. Parvata means far away, like Parvati. You can't reach easy. Right? Parvati was mean. Parvati's name was also like that because Shiva can't reach her easily. Therefore, she was known as Parvati. Therefore, I interpreted them as Parvata Viharas. Parvata means far away Viharas. So it means the peripheral Viharas, not rock monasteries. But in textbooks and other places, you may find them as rock monasteries because Pambata and Parvata both derived as Pambata in singular. And then you can see this kind of sculptural art at Anuradhapura with the statues. And this is still we don't know what is this one. Represented by this, there are several images, and this type of Putuna images are there. And this one of the masterpieces there at Anuradhapura. Now it was taken to Colombo Museum and found it there. Okay. And this type of Naga Rupas were also found at Anuradhapura, large. And then the same sculpture, we call it Visumuni lovers, we call it, because it was discovered from Visumuni temple. And then we have this type of barley and Anuradhapura. And this is one of the masterpieces of Anuradhapura. We call it a moonstone. But we found it at as a footstone at the Viharas. And several people interpreted this different way. But recently I interpreted this represented the birth of Prince Siddhartha. Because they are found in image houses, in front of image houses, not in secular buildings, in Viharas. And And though we call it moonstone, I interpret it as the sun. Because the outer circle is like rays of the sun. And in the Buddha Charita or Asagosa and Arthavishta, it says the birth of Prince Siddhartha is like rising a new sun to the world. And the central figure is the lotus. Lotus is always representing Buddha. And here there is a lotus, and there are 4 animals: elephant, horse, lion, and bull. Those 4 animals are representing the guardian gods, 4 guardian gods. The Buddha Charita says that when Prince Siddhartha was born, 4 guardian gods came and took him into their custody. And the most important thing is the other sculptural and the spoliators and the hamsas, I think, is representing Lumbini Grove. And both sides there are guard stones, and this guard stone, in this particular period, we can see anthropomorphic Naga figures. And these anthropomorphic Naga figures, I think, representing Nanda and Upananda, who were presented when Prince Siddhartha was born. And beyond that, there were 2 balustrades, and this balustrade has Makara figure, or the dragon, and this dragon is representing 2 body of waters falling out from the heaven when Prince Siddhartha was born. Because in this Makara's thumb, we can see it as water, body of water. And even there are some flowers also there. And those flowers are like Madara flower fallen down from the heaven when Prince Siddhartha was born. So I think this represents the birth of me, because he is there in the temple. So before he was going there, his birth they represented by this one. So this is the latest interpretation, but some other people interpret it as some other way. Some says it's another way counter, and some says that it represents the Bhagavad Chakra and thing or that thing. So, but that's my own interpretation. Probably must be knowing about that, because I personally can do believe about that interpretation. So then we will see the collapse of the city, and the main reason was the Chola invaders in the 10th century, but there were some other reasons. But when Cholas invaded, they selected Coronado. This Coronado is the Coronado, the center capital city of the country, and they ransacked Anuradhapura, selected Coronado as their administrative center. They ruled there about over 50 years, and then King Vijaybabu, he expelled Cholas from Ceylon, and then a few months he was at Anuradhapura, but he also returned to Coronado and ruled from Coronado, and then Coronado became the capital city, and simply Anuradhapura became forgotten. But they even kings of Coronado, they considered Anuradhapura as the Buddha city, or the original city, and respected it, because the Buddha's relics were there. Coronado never became a sacred city. Coronado, we go to Coronado to see Coronado, not to worship Coronado, but when we go to Anuradhapura to worship Coronado. So it's just being a sacred city, Coronado being I think it's a trader city. And then we will see how do we discover it. Anuradhapura, it was not forgotten, but abandoned for centuries. And then we can say can't really say rediscovered, because people always went there for worshiping Sri Mahabodhi, but it was surrounded by thick forest. But in the early 19th century, some Buddhist monks, they started to clear up some of the monuments and settle there. And they themselves started to reconstruct some of the stupas. And antiquarian studies started in the 19th century. The mass-scale archaeological excavation started under C.P. Bell. It was the first archaeological commissioner in Sri Lanka, like your Cunningham here, Alexander Cunningham. We have C.P. Bell. He did a marvelous service for Sri Lankan archaeology, and most of the monuments uncovered by him, and the first conservation work also done by him. And the government established the Anuradhapura Preservation Board in 1950s. It was lasted for about a decade. And then we developed two separate cities, the old city of Anuradhapura and the new city was separated from that. And that's a very good move actually, otherwise the city will be destroyed. But now it looks like that. And this photograph shows Bell's team, workers, mainly Tamils, because Sinhalese Buddhist people, they scared to wait for skeletons of sacred building. So he used mostly Tamils, Muslims, and also he takes some people from jails, prisoners, for archaeological work at that time. Because other people, they are rather reluctant to do archaeological work. And the Anuradhapura declared as the World Heritage City, and there were two major projects, Abeliga and Jetamana. They started since 1980, and the Central Cultural Fund with UNESCO started work there. And now I think Praveen is going to start the Mahavihar project from this year onward, and that will be another phase of Sri Lanka and Anuradhapura. That's all I think I have to say. Thank you very much.
Should be there?
Yes, sir. So we'll be able to present this.
So, thank you very much, Mr. for a very delightful presentation, very informative. As I see the schedule, the discussion will take place after the presentation of Professor Cunningham. They will join me. I'm quite sure that the audience would have lots of comments and questions to address to you, but the discussion will take place at once when he has also presented. So I really welcome Professor Robin Cunningham once again. You all are well aware of his credentials, so I really don't need to say a lot. For those, some of you who don't know, he is professor at University of Durham, and he is also UNESCO Chair on Archaeological Ethics and Practice in Cultural Heritage, the Chair of Archaeological Archaeology, and is Associate Director World Heritage. And more importantly, he has done lots of exciting things. I will not preempt his presentation because he has recently discovered a very good find at a site temple, and the site has been working on. So now the dice is yours, Professor Cunningham, and we are eagerly waiting for your presentation.
We can't hear you. Yes, just in November I met him in Tirupati. What is wrong?
Takes some time.
Nepal is not that far.
Nepal is not that far. But it can happen, right? For the next door.
Yeah, I think it's in relation to the UNESCO World Heritage Association. I guess. And there are Yeah, it's close.
इसका कोई काम है क्या वैसे इसका कोई काम है क्या ये जो वेब कैमरा यहाँ पे है ये this one.
So you are mostly.
Does he know that he's cut off?
So he's there all night.
Yeah, does he know that he's not? Exactly. If he's speaking now, he would have to repeat again. Can we reach him somehow? He's speaking.
He's waiting.
Oh, he's waiting.
Yeah.
Because he has sent him a message.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll present directly. Just make him the presenter.
Can start now.
Ask him to talk. Send him a message. Or should I do?
Oh, but no, we can't hear him.
Switch on the mic and tell. Sir, send the prompt.
Because he didn't really respond.
Yeah, exactly. So
He was not looking at WhatsApp. Actually, he has not seen.
Yes.
yeah. Oh, hey.
Very good. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Yes.
No presentation.
Yes. There is the presentation.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we can
You can see the presentation.
He hasn't done.
You can start presenting.
So you
Sir, please do screen
perfect.
share.
Thank you. I have done screen sharing, so hopefully you can see this now.
Yes. Which one?
Presentation.
Perfect.
This is
So,
put by us.
Yeah.
thank you again to Dr. Chowdhury for the kind invitation. And apologies if this is a slightly poor connection. Greetings from Kathmandu and from the Wall Heritage Site. My talk is divided into 6 sections. An introduction, a reflection on the discovery Buddhist sites. I'll introduce you to the key site that we've been working on and its light that it's shedding on Buddhist monasticism and its changes. Before talking about protection, presentation, and then some of the key messages. And at the beginning, of course, you will all know, and Professor Anna Manatunga has very kindly referenced Lumbini, the birthplace of the Buddha in Nepal. And many of the sites, as you would have heard from MacD, sites associated with the life of Buddha, were unlocked from reference to the Chinese pilgrims Fasten and Wanzhou. Now, the sites associated with the Buddha's love were also unlocked through excavation, and in particular, General Cunningham, on the key sites were excavated, and it began to be clear that archaeology had a key role to play within this process. Now this reach in kind of Sir John Marsh. He took a landscape perspective, looking Buddhist monasteries within the city, as well as Buddhist monasteries outside the city, to see how they changed and developed at the time. However, after his time, there began to be more attention, more credence paid on literary sources rather than material culture. And so archaeology began to play a rather subsidiary role. This has begun to change, and across South Bay, our archaeology is being seen as a way that actually can offer a different set of evidence, a critical sense of evidence, in the words of Kevin Trainer, it was a perspective on what people actually did as opposed to what they were meant to do. And here you can see this work stretching from historic Sanchi to the work of my old colleague Virasat Vikas in Sri Lanka. So the discovery of Buddhism in Nepal was no different from that of India during this British-Korean period, and particularly Lumbini. People were always searching for where Lumbini might be recorded, and again they
Sorry, can you hear me? Sir Cunningham, can you hear me? Presentation is not coming through. Are you changing the slide? There is some problem maybe here. Let us sort it out. Your presentation is not coming through.
Okay.
Robin, have you changed slides already, or?
I have been changing the slides.
Okay. Yeah, that we didn't get.
He has to exit the full screen mode. In the full screen mode, it will not change in Google Meet.
Yes. So full screen mode. Will you please exit the full screen mode and come to a particular window?
Yes.
Yes. You please present through a window rather than the full screen. You please exit the full screen mode.
That's all.
I've selected full screen mode now.
No, you have to exit the full screen mode and you have to show it through the window.
I just have done that.
Professor Robin, can you please exit from the PowerPoint and again start presentation from the project now? There is one arrow in the center.
Yes, thank you.
We can't see you actually on the presentation.
Can we put the camera in front of that and online is just let us know to go to the next slide.
Yes.
It doesn't have to share the screen and the camera will just.
You have presentation.
I have the presentation.
Yeah, please.
Yes,
So can you please tell him that just to say the next slide?
The next slide will change.
There is another way out also. We have your presentation, and now through a camera we are showing that screen to you, and you just say next, and VC will change the slide. Would that be okay for you?
Perfect.
Yeah, it's easier.
That would be perfect for me.
So if you can just change the camera like that, the camera can see
Sorry,
the screen.
So Amit will present from there and present from here. So both of us can change.
Do it.
Perfect.
Both of us will change.
No, because like that we can.
Okay.
Perfect.
Next, ask him. Can you?
So,
Which slide?
okay, so you are going to now make the.
Can we see the screen?
Because
Ask him. Can you
he
see
cannot
the
see the screen, so he has to see the screen. So
This
that's why this
camera
camera
has
must be
to move to
oriented
cam.
on that
Yeah.
screen.
भैया इधर आओ.
Oriented the camera on that screen.
इस screen पे लगाओ.
Because he has to see us.
Apologies again. Well, I can see the screen, so
Yes, very great.
this is the structure. This is. May I start?
Yes.
Please do that.
Please. Sorry.
Perfect. So this is the outline of my presentation, and so I'll start at the introduction. Next slide, please. Perfect. So I will now take you from Sri Lanka up to Lumbini, which has already been introduced by Professor Manaratunga. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Well, across South Asia, there was a very clear understanding that the Chinese pilgrim Fasen Huangzhang, their travelogues, were key to understanding the sites. Next slide, please. So it began to be recognized quite closely that archaeology could contribute as well. And this was one of the key contributions recognized, led by Alexander Cunningham. Next slide, please.
Next.
And this reached its high tide in a way with John Marshall Taxila, who was looking at Buddhist monasticism and urban development both within the cities of Taxila but also within its landscapes more broadly. Next slide, please. However, in the 60s and 70s, this text began to predominate in the study of early Buddhism, and in particular, archaeology began to be more of a primary producer, not really engaging in critical examination of these sources. Next slide, please. And only recently has archaeology again begun to contribute to our understanding of the very complex nature of the development and transformation of Buddhism over time, as shown by the trainer, who says that archaeology can help us understand what people actually did as opposed to what they were supposed to do. The slide shows some of the examples of that work, whether it's Julia Shaw within Sanchi, or indeed the work with my old colleague Virasat Vikas in Sri Lanka. Next slide, please.
The first one again.
So the second section, discovery, relates to the fact, next slide please, that the archaeology of Nepal parallels this early discovery and the use of the Chinese pilgrim sources. Next slide, please. So, for example, the search was there for Lumbini, which was the last of the great four sites we identified in Nepal. Next slide, please. And it was the use of those Chinese pilgrim descriptions that began to give a geography in terms of once the sunken pillar to the Kanakamundi Buddha was discovered by Dr. Führer in 1895, that it then began to be possible to search for Lumbini to its east. Next slide, please. And of course, there in 1896, General Rana and Dr. Führer discovered the pillar at the site of Lumbini, and that began to unlock the historical geography of the area. Next slide, please. And indeed, their discovery of the early Brahmi inscription of the Emperor Asoka confirmed it was the place of the birth of the Sakyamuni Buddha, but also it named, of course, the village Lumbini Gabe. Next slide, please. And archaeology played a role with this, with P.C. Mukherjee from the ASI, working there in 1899, steadily clearing and understanding the site, so So he found not just the temple, the Maya Devi temple under this mound, but also later people found monasteries within the area and the Lumbini Game, the ancient village as well. Next slide, please. And it became inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1997. Next slide, please. Visited by over 1.2 million visitors a year, there have been challenges for its conservation and management. And it's at this point that UNESCO, through the support of the Japanese Funds and Trust for UNESCO, Government of Nepal, through Department of Archaeology and the Lumbini Development Trust, created a project to start work there. Next slide, please. The work was interdisciplinary, it used heritage science, and also it expanded the conservation and management from not only the temple and its surrounding monasteries, mainly Mauryan and Kushana, but also its village as well, which can be seen on this plan to the southwest, which are seen as key elements within the landscape, within the Buddhist landscape. But that's for a slightly different lecture. Next slide, please. So the main thrust of this presentation is what we now understand about the transmission and transition of Buddhist monasteries and their relationship with the city of Tirukot, which is identified as ancient Kapilavastu. Next slide, please. Like many of the other sites in the early Buddhist landscape, it was identified early in the 19th century, this time by P.C. Mukherjee of the Archaeological Survey of India in 1899. And the slide on the right, you can see he says most probably the site of ancient Kapilavastu, the childhood home of the Buddha, and he excavated various buildings on the surface, and on one of them wrote, Palace of Buddha's Father, question mark. Next slide, please. Now, this was followed up by excavations in the 60s, in the 70s and the 80s, and in 1996, it became part of the tentative World Heritage List for the government of Nepal. Next slide, please. But the challenge was that there were only a few excavated sites, and most of the city was like this, up in the thick tree cover or grass, and for visitors and for scholars it was extremely difficult to understand how the city, how its monasteries developed over time. Next slide, please. Indeed, apart from the occasional sign like this, there was almost nothing to see, and those elements that one could see had very little wall and conserved islands and monuments, such as the northern twin stupas. Next slide, please. This is the northern twin stupas, but these were isolated and not really understood in terms of their dating, phasing, and the landscape as a whole. Next slide, please. Now, the Japanese funds in trust for UNESCO with the Department of Archaeology, Government of Nepal and Lumbini Development Trust have supported 10 years of fieldwork at the site, which is almost unique in terms of allowing an opportunity, a longevity opportunity to actually investigate. Next slide, please. And we not only focus on the city, which is there at the centre of your slide, covered by trees, but also the landscape around, because we recognise that actually the hinterland, the landscape, is as important for understanding the development of Buddhist monasticism. Next slide, please. Now, it would be uneconomic to excavate all that area. It would create huge amounts of material to process and conservation. So we used heritage science. We used fluxgate gradiometry, a form of magnetometry, and we measured every 25 centimetres. We recorded the magnetism at that point. Next slide, please. was all downloaded onto microcomputers and then plans developed. And when you look at this plan, you can see dark lines. Those dark lines are brick walls, which are more magnetic. And you can see white lines, which are white voids, which actually now we know are streets, because there is no brick in the streets. So if you look at this map, you can actually begin to see buildings coming out. Next slide, please. So without excavating, using this heritage science, the archaeological geophysics, it means we've been able to create the entire plan of the city. The blue lines are the city streets, and you can see they actually divide the city into numerous blocks, cardinally, north, south, east, west, and also those streets lead out to gates out of the city. So you can see this is probably the most complete city plan that we have currently within South Asia. Next slide, please. Most excitingly, right at the crossroads of the four main streets, we have a palatial compound measuring 100 meters by 100 meters. You can see it here in the center of the red square. And all of this without excavation, purely using geophysics. Next slide, please. This revolutionary technique we've now applied outside the city, across the fields. In the background is the so-called Eastern Stupa, identified by T.C. Mukherjee, but at the time of this survey, nothing was known as to whether it was accompanied by a Buddhist monastery as well. And so this is where we undertook geophysics. Next slide, please. So we've now surveyed about 25 hectares of the city. We've picked up in the centre of the city, the walled city with its plans. We've picked up residential surveys to the north, to the west, to the south, and then to the east we've picked up a massive monastery measuring about 350 metres by about 150 metres. All, again, without excavation, using the geophysics to unlock the secrets hidden below the surface. Next slide, please. We've also used the geophysics to target where the excavations come, because excavations are expensive and also destructive. If all archaeology is destruction, then we have to record as carefully as possible. Now, although we have evidence for the Chalcolithic, late Chalcolithic, early Iron Age at Lumbini, under the village mound, shown here, we don't yet have evidence for that at ancient Tilruca. Next slide, please. But what we do find is from the 8th to the 6th centuries BCE, we have evidence of 3 small villages, highlighted their locations by these red stars, along the banks of the ancient Banganga, using cord-in-pest pottery, and also, as you can see from this slide, they're about 3.5 metres below the modern land surface, so deep below, and they're built in timber and their walls are mud. Next slide, please. In the early historic period between the 6th and the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, one of those villages, the central one, is fortified by a wall. But the wall is not in brick, it's not a rampart, it's a wall built in timber. Next slide, please. Here you can see the original post holes for the city wall, which must have just been a timber wall. And then it's superseded. You can see this is phase 3 there, with a rampart in the Sunga Mauryan period. But the early city, so the city that would have been there at the time of the life of the Buddha, 6th century BC, is a simple timber wall. Next slide, please. We also know that 2 villages, one to the north, one to the west, continued even though they were outside the city wall. And in about 100 BC, there is a major metalworking area developed to the south of the city, because of course metalworking is dangerous, it has sparks at a time when most of the city had thatched roofs, therefore it was moved outside. Next slide, please. This huge industrial area, this trench, returns something like 3 metric tons of slag. This is a vast industrial scale manufacturing centre. Next slide, please. During the Mauryan and Sunga period, we have right at the centre of the city this huge brick-built palatial compound, measuring about 100 metres by 100 metres, with a monumental ceremonial entrance in the north. Next slide, please. Here is an excavation of that entrance with a huge forecourt and a tower behind, facing to the north. This is an exceptionally well-preserved example and one of the only examples that we have from this period within South Asia. Next slide, please. And just next to this walled compound, we found in the geophysics a very thick brick line measuring 30 by 30 metres that was empty. When we excavated it, next slide please, we found a brick-lined tank. And this tank dates to the Mauryan period, and it is the earliest example of civic urban infrastructure within South Asia, and it's integral to the city plan. Next, please. Outside the city, still we have the suburb to the north, the suburb to the west, the industrial area to the south, but in the east we begin to pick up substantial development on what we now know as the Eastern Monastic Complex. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's the Eastern Stoop. You can see it's... can we go back one, please? You can see it's made of a series of concentric rings. The dates for this haven't yet been processed, but we're attributing this to the Mauryan period. Next slide, please. And most excitingly, at a point where P.C. Mukherjee had excavated into the stupa, leaving some of the clay soil beneath it exposed, you can see here we actually have some of the lines that were drawn into the clay to actually assist the builders reach the correct radius for the stupa. So you can see this is really rather exciting, having these marks in the clay where originally the stupa was laid out by these craftspeople. Next slide, please. Now, during the geophysics, the stupa is the yellow point to the north. We picked up under the ground a series of massive enclosures measuring 30 metres by 30 metres. We now know that they are brick-lined tanks dating to the 3rd century BCE. So one of the key features of Buddhist monasticism in this area of the Terai are the provision of these massive water tanks, stepped in brick. And it's only really that geophysics would allow it to undertake such a large survey of this area. It would take years to excavate. This area you're looking at within the area measures something like 350 metres by 150 metres. The geophysics also allowed us to focus on one compound in the red square. Next slide, please. And here on the right, you have a wall dating to the Mauryan period, and on the left, you have a tank that made up the eastern edge of this very large compound. This compound measures about 40 metres by 40 metres. We've excavated in this portion just 1/4 of it, and you can see the whole of the courtyard is set around a rectangular stupa structure. Unfortunately, much of it has been removed by ploughing. Next slide, please. Here's a view of one of those tanks, again like the central tank, it's a stepped brick tent to give it strength. Next slide, please. The city reaches its heyday in the Kushana period, when we have brick walls built on top of those earlier clay ramparts, and we have towers placed behind. So for visitors, it must have been a most magnificent sight to visit. Next slide, please. And again, we find changes in the Eastern monastery. Next slide, please. Within the compound, we have close to the compound wall on the right, a small stupa built, and then close to the tank wall on the left, another small stupa built. And the stupa in the centre, we've only just excavated over this last month. When we excavated it, the upper surface had been removed by ploughing and brick robbing. Next slide, please. But it's very exciting because we have evidence of post holes. So the stupa was actually originally covered by what we believe to have been a tiled roof. Next slide, please. And indeed, we recovered iron nails, and we also recovered, as you can see just in the corner of these two scales, part of one of the tiles. We've had multiple tiles from this structure, suggesting that perhaps even this might have looked rather like one expects Chortens to look today. And maybe it gives a longer history to that architectural form that we tend to think of as being quite late and Himalayan. Perhaps we have an early example here. Next slide, please. We also recovered this rather magnificent terracotta finial here with the excavator, Minu next to it now in the museum. So it suggests that actually one of these finial types would have crowned the tile roof on top of the monument. Next slide, please. Back in the centre of the city, following the heyday of its urban core, the city is more or less abandoned. And in the ruins of the old palatial complex at the centre of the city, we picked up in the geophysics a major structure that we excavated. This was in the northwest corner, northeast corner. Next slide, please. Excavating it, here you can see it has a central courtyard. It has a series of cells around the exterior. Next slide, please. And we also recovered a series of this very distinctive carinated vessel that we've identified as alms bowls. Indeed, we excavated this complete example in Lumbini, in one of the monastic cells of the monastic complex there. Dates to about 130, 140 of the Common Era. Next slide, please. We were also drawn to this area in the northwest of the old palatial compound, because in the geophysics we picked up a massive brickwork, but also were drawn there by another reason. Next slide, please. This is P.C. Mukherjee picked up a Deva temple. He didn't in his report describe what it was, but we thought it would be interesting to investigate. Next slide, please. When we started to excavate, we found a brick pavement. The brick pavement we date to the 18th and 19th century. And once we removed that brick pavement, we found a stupa below. Here you can see the square stupa below. Next slide, please. So this, of course, is within the centre of the city. This is built on top of the ruins of the old Mauryan Sunga palatial compound. And that stupa we found was a late addition to a Kushana period monastery. Here you can see the monastic cells being excavated by students from Tribhuvan University as well as Lumbini Buddhist University. In the centre of the courtyard of this monastery, next we found a very strange curved wall, as you can see here. So the stupa, the square stupa, is behind, and it carefully respects this earlier building, and it does not cut into that, it cuts slightly further to the north. But if you look at the rounded area, you can see what we picked up was to the right, a long wall, and then a curved area. And we began to suggest that this might be an apsidal building, but of course it came up in the last week of the excavations last year, so this year we returned to excavate this building. Next slide, please. You are the first group to see these slides. This was taken about 3 weeks ago, and if you look very carefully, you can see the wall on the right, then it slowly curves, and you can see a mass of brickwork covering up what we now know to be a massive apsidal temple built in the middle of this Kushana Vihara. Next slide, please. This is the excavation almost at the end of the season with Sunita inside excavating it, and you can see very clearly the whole of the apse, the semicircular area has been exposed. The wall is over 1 meter wide. In places it survives, in places it's been robbed out, and we have that, we've measured it off to the right. In fact, we're just excavating its entrance platform. So having identified its entrance platform just off the slide at the right, we now know it measures about 15 or 16 meters by 7 meters wide. So it fits what Sarkar has identified as the usual 2-to-1 ratio of length to width. The discovery of this monument, it is the first apsidal temple to have been excavated and identified within Nepal. And as you are aware, these are exceptionally rare structures even across the rest of South Asia. Some of them, Chaji Griha, we have at Sir Cap, others we have at Sonk, but also, of course, at Nagarjuni Konda, excavated by Sirkar. But the discovery of this building is really interesting because it suggests that when we look at this monastic complex, it's changing within function. Earlier, the monastery was outside the city's confines, within the eastern monastery and to the north where the twin stupas are. But after the abandonment of the city, the monastic complexes, the monastic communities move in and are constructed on top of the old palatial compounds, one to the east and then this one to the northeast. But in the middle of this huge compound, marked by its cells around the exterior, we have this huge structure being built. After this apsidal structure is abandoned, we have a series of stupas built in its interior. Next slide, please. And of course, for those of you in India and those of you who've been on pilgrimage or academic visit, you'll be struck by the immediate similarities with Sarnath. This is when working with Dr. Manjul of the Archaeological Survey of India and also with Professor Krishnan, my colleague from MS University, who's here with me in Kathmandu. We actually did geophysics within Sarnath, and here you can see the very famous apsidal hall of Sarnath. And again, it has a series of later stupas built in its interior. So almost paralleling what we find here at Sarnath with what we've been finding at Tirupati. Next slide, please. After the abandonment of that complex, we find, actually later in what has been termed the Gupta or Lichavi period, a single monument is constructed. Next slide, please. Cut from decorated brick and moulded brick, it sits to the north of the site, and we've recovered torsos, as you can see here, of Lord Vishnu. Next slide, please. In the 9th century, the site is completely abandoned. until about the 14th or 15th century, when we begin to find the first traces of reoccupation of this area. Next slide, please. But also, what is fascinating is these places remain important to people living there, because that stupa, that lead stupa, is actually covered in a brick pavement. So it means that people will have a concept, although they could not see the apsidal hall below, they're actually building monuments because they're remembering it, and they're sealing the whole of that mound under a brick pavement. Next slide, please. So, of course, it's not just enough to research, to excavate, but also we need to protect and present. Next slide, please. The geophysical survey has led to a better understanding of what's below the surface, and that's assisted both the site owners, Government of Nepal, Department of Archaeology, and the managers, Lumbini Development Trust, to develop this new risk map. Next slide, please. This helps the development of infrastructure for visitors and also pilgrims, but without damaging the archaeology beneath their feet, the archaeology that has not yet been excavated. It's also helped us, next slide please, to pause some of the erosion by the feet of pilgrims, which are now reaching about 40 or 50,000 a year. Next slide please. To trial sustainable walkways so that they're non-intrusive and the archaeology below is protected from the pilgrims who come. Next slide, please. We've also been undertaking conservation. Here's the former Director General on the right, Mr. Damodar Gautam, and my co-director, Kosh Prasad Acharya, again former Director General, with whom I co-direct this project and have done for the last 10 years. Next slide, please. So conservation's gone on, but also interpretation boards in both Nepali and also in English. Next slide, please. We are also aware of the debt that we owe to the local communities and that we must see benefits returned to those communities. Next slide, please. So their temple, their shrine, the Sai Mai shrine, which is built on top of that Gupta period temple, has been stabilized. It has no roof because the goddess wishes to be open to the sky, but we've stabilized as well as we can the shrine with the local incumbents. Next slide, please. Government of Nepal has also opened a new museum at the site, but it's not just for visitors because it celebrates the heritage of local people and not just the tangible heritage, but also the intangible heritage of the communities around. Next slide, please. It also highlights the handicrafts and traditional technologies and traditions of the local tribal group, the Taru, as well as other Audi groups. Next slide, please. And also key is to involve schools. Every year there is a heritage festival. School children come in, younger ones do drawings, older ones do speech competitions, and they bring their families, they bring their friends into the museum. We just had our last one last week, the 2024 one, and we had 300 visitors in the museum attending. Next slide, please. And those younger children give us an insight into the inspiration that they also draw from the site, whether it's scenes of the life of the Buddha, and you have to think of that community, 80% is Hindu and 20% is Muslim. So these communities share in the significance, historicity, and the potential of the building and the site, and also its long-term conservation and protection. Next slide, please. Although as archaeologists we might not agree with all of those concepts, all of their reconstructions, it engages the local community with the site. Next slide, please. So moving on to the key messages that I would offer, if you allow me to. Next slide, please. I would say we begin to understand from this work a series of key monastic transformations occurring over time. We have a monumentalization which occurs in the Mauryan period, but it's outside the city. It's around the eastern stupa area with that brick-built compound and also brick-lined tanks. This is an integral element of Buddhist monasticism. We've also picked it up at Ramagrama and other sites where the stupas are accompanied by both monasteries but also other residential structures and also brick-lined tanks. It's a key feature of what we have here. But then, having been outside the city, we see a very distinctive movement late in the Kushan period of monastic complexes moving into the city centre onto the old ruins of the palatial quarter, palatial compound. And later in the centre of that old monastic complex, we have the apsidal hall built. And then later, even in the ruins of the apsidal hall, we have those stupas being built. So it's a very complex system which gives us a better understanding of the dynamics of urban growth, urban decay, and the accompanying monastic transformations. The last two key messages I will give, it stresses the advantages of integrating our study as archaeologists of not just the cityscapes where we tend to look, but also the hinterlands, the residential, the industrial, and also the religious hinterlands. And finally, it's really to suggest that there are such advantages of applying archaeological science and heritage science. They give us far firmer dating than the old dating styles, relative styles we're used to from art history and from architectural history, but also they can give us an understanding of what's beneath our feet, understanding land, layouts and plans without the need for excavation, so that excavation can be forensic, research-led, with a question that can be answered within the package of a field season and a budget. Next slide, please. I must also thank you all for letting me speak. I apologise for the complexity of online. I hope you've enjoyed it. I really am delighted to give you these updates, fresh from the field. My colleague Kosh Prasad Acharya sends his warmest wishes as well. And again, we are very grateful to our hosts here and to you and to Dr. Chowdhury for inviting me to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Cunningham, and I think all will agree here that it has been a very holistic and a very articulate presentation. And holistic in the sense that it begins from the centuries preceding the Common Era and then right coming up to that child's painting where he depicts Buddha's palace, And I think many people must have noticed here that, and what I am also impressed at, that you have used archaeological aspect as much as the geophysics, which is really so good. And that is probably a trend-setting exercise, because without disturbing the landscape much, we can really work out so much into the the features which are underground, and also with the dense cityscape and even the village lands which are densely populated. This is probably a very good hope for the future of archaeology also. This is my observation. But anyway, I'm quite sure that there are many comments and questions, not only to your presentation, but an earlier presentation, a fascinating one by Professor Anurag also. So now the house is open for questions to both the speakers, and you please do indicate that which speaker you need. And now please, I'm calling you.
So I will take that.
You will take that.
Maybe say your name.
Yes,
Yeah.
Hello, sir. It's Colin Lefranc speaking. I'm working in Mahastangar in Bangladesh, excavating there. And thank you. So I have questions for Robin Cunningham first. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. A lot of things in it. I have a question regarding the datings. Do you have other absolute datings or pottery that allows you to establish this very secure chronology, or is it just based on the building techniques, let's say? And because we find similar, not similar structures, but similar, of course, in Mahastangar in the last excavations, similar bricks and those things. So I wanted to know, especially the size of the bricks of the tank for the period 4. So sorry, it's a very precise question, the last one, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I visited Mahastangar, and I'm aware of what a magnificent site it is, and it still has such a well-preserved hinterland. In terms of the dating, we use optically stimulated luminescence dating. So we use probably every season, we probably take 24 or 25 samples. So we have an OSL dating lab in Durham, my university. So all of our chronology is deported on absolute chronology, OSL dating. So we avoid dating it into brick size, mainly because there is such a history of reuse of bricks. Therefore, our dating is actually anchored into optically stimulated luminescence dating.
Who else? Any question? Ishan, do you have a question? Okay. It's okay, fine. You have a question. I call that
Sir, I have a question. I'm Oishi Roy. I work with PhDs. Sir, do you have any evidence of a monastic complex being reused, or a stupa area being reused as a monastic complex later? Like, do you have a stupa being built cutting through the monastic complex, or a stupa being with a vihara being built over a stupa, around a stupa at a later stage?
So the evidence we have is within the city, the monastic, the Buddhist material seems to be later. So it's when there is a more general abandonment within the city, and then we have a monastic compound actually built on top of the walls of the old palatial compound in the centre. That later then has this huge apsidal shrine built on it, and then that apsidal shrine later has a series of stupas up next to it, but also inside it. And then there seems to be an abandonment of the site, then the site is levelled and a brick platform put on top. So that's our evidence. We have not excavated underneath the apsidal hall, because the apsidal hall has only just these last few weeks been excavated. But we have this very, very clear sequence from within.
Yes, Shyam. Can someone pass?
Shyam, take it.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm Ishan from the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. I have two questions for Professor Cunningham. The first one is about the iron. Could we identify, because there's so much slag, have you pointed is the study looking for potential sites for the source and also the chaîne opératoire, and also the reason for the abandonment between the 9th and 15th? Is there a political reason, or is there a flood, or any other rationale behind it? I also have a question for Professor Aruna, but maybe I can ask that later. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. The first question is, we haven't yet actually tracked down the furnaces because they all look as if they've been damaged. So the overall area, it measures something like 35 meters north-south and about 15 meters east-west. It's about a meter and a half deep. We have intended to call it industrial scale. And inside the city, we found evidence of ingots. So in front of the building, we actually picked up two huge ingots. Each ingot weighs about 55 kg. Personally, I have never seen early historic ingots before. So they are now on display in the museum at Virasat. In terms of iron sources, we're just next to the Banganga River, and in the Chugare, there are some iron sources. I think they're about 50 kilometers away, but we haven't actually tracked down the exact sources yet. But we believe it's smelting. And we believe what we have outside the city is actually, for that scale, is smelting. And the fact that we have these ingots suggests to us that this is a major centre for iron working within the region. And these ingots are massive, like this, about 55 kgs or so. And sorry, I forgot your second question.
The abandonment. The site, abandonment of the site. The abandonment of the site.
Okay, yes. It's a really difficult question. There certainly seems to be a complete transformation of the site from maybe the 4th, 5th centuries CE. And in the place of the urban form, we get a series of very, very elaborate monumental temples. Demeter excavated one that she gave a date for the central plinth, which may be later, which is about 1,000. But the other ones seem to be earlier. So what we have is, instead of an urban form, and with the geophysics, we've now confirmed the presence of not just this city, but small towns and villages, and also a routeway where we have along the routeway every 13 kilometers either a well or a small fortified enclosure. So what we find is this highly settled, highly organized landscape. By the 4th century, it was completely reorganized. De-urbanization occurs, and in its place we have a series of massive, highly ornate temple structures constructed in the place. For me, that has to be a massive geopolitical shift rather than an environmental shift. And a shift in terms of taxation, a shift in terms of usage of the landscape, So I would be more inclined to put it down to a geopolitical transformation rather than an environmental one that we don't really have evidence yet for. But I would say the work of this late period hasn't really been done, so there's still much to be understood in that area.
So, Professor Cunningham, I have two small queries, or rather three small queries. So, one taking cue from Dr. Colling, I have a question on size. One is about the size of that terracotta finial that you showed, because you told us that it topped the tiles canopy over the stoop, if I'm not incorrect. But the size of that terracotta finial appeared too small to me that it would really be visibly, coherent for the people who would approach the stupa. So, about the size of that terracotta finial and also the size of the monastic cells of the Mauryan period that you showed us. And the third question is, of course, and that is probably a more general question, that you are talking about the Mauryan period monasteries at your site. In India, I think there is such a lack of excavations of Mauryan period monastic structures. I mean, I wonder what could be the reason for that. I mean, we certainly should expect lots of monastic complexes in the Indian subcontinent, given the textual references that we have in abundance for that, for the same. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The presence of a tile roof over the structure is really quite interesting. We suspect that this is later than the Mauryan period major stupa. So the major stupa, unfortunately, we haven't been able to excavate into it. I assume it's probably like Vaismali, with maybe a clay in a core, but we haven't been able to excavate. What we do know that by the 3rd century BCE, we have this large stupa, probably measures something like 10 meters in diameter. The small roof stupa measures about 3 meters by 3 meters. And it's the first one we've picked up with tiles, with both tiles and also with post holes. But it's many of the early stupas that were excavated in the 19th century, early 20s, I don't think archaeologists were really looking as intently for post holes at that time. They were probably clearing brickwork and looking for brickwork, and many of the sites were then conserved, reconstructed, and so whatever was there has been changed. Also, what's really interesting in this area of the Terai, the stupas are a very different shape from the traditional concept of the Sanchi, the spherical dome. These stupas are very low stupas, so they're not hemispherical, they're extremely low. That seems to be a very distinctive style within this area. And then, in terms of whether equally early, equally complex sites are to be found in India, I fully anticipate it. Reasons why I would maybe suggest that there is such, archaeological geophysics could open up all of these questions. Heritage science can give us dates which are accurate within plus or minus 20 or 30 years. It's just they are very, very rarely used on these sites. So in your hands is the potential to use scientific dating and also to use archaeological geophysics more widely. And I'm sure equally exciting discoveries will be made.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sorry, sir.
Yes, sorry, it's Colleen speaking again. It's true that on your side, the magnetic survey got very good results. But in Mahasangar, we have tried 2 times and we don't have good results at all because, I mean, we have 2 big deposits. And my colleague Rajat Sanyal, who is seated here and a professor at the Calcutta University, tried also the same kind of survey with the geoarchaeological sciences, and also on his side the results were not getting proper results because when you have 2 big deposits and when you have bricks rubbles and when it has been too much change, I mean, it's unfortunately it doesn't work properly. So it's true that, but for you it works very well. So I mean, it was quite impressive. I mean, it's so that's great. I mean, but it's sometimes it doesn't work. I'm just telling that because we have also students in the room with us, and so it's not always the key, to everything. Unfortunately.
If I'd like to just return that we use ground penetrating radar, we use magnetometry. We found it worked spectacularly well in the Terai. We used it with Dr. Mandel of the ASI at Sonali chariot tombs. We've used it in Sri Lanka, both in Jaffna, in Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa. It's worked really well. And also, we use it in Bangladesh exceptionally well at Padapur and also at Bagahat and dare I say, at Mahastan during an ADB project. So we've also used it very successfully in the Kathmandu Valley during the post-earthquake investigations, using GPR over the stone and brick pavements of some of the dirt faults. So, I mean, I'm sure there are exceptions everywhere, but as a potential approach, I would really strongly advocate it within South Asia to allow targeted excavations and also protection of sites in a way we couldn't imagine of before. But I do understand that in some places it will be more difficult.
Yeah. So Robin, hey, it's Max.
It's Max, nice to see you after such a short period. Actually, I could not ask you a question, but I could ask you for permission actually to say something about my speculations about the situation we have in Tilorakot. We discussed that when we were together, but I will refrain from that. I rather would like to ask Professor Manatung a question. In your presentation, you started kind of giving us historiography according to the Vamsas, to the chronicles, the Pali chronicles. And then you presented us with the monuments. So my question would be, how far do these, as you could expect from a textual person, how far do these things really speak to each other, correspond to each other? Because that was, as I yesterday said, of course, one of my main questions in general.
Well, in Sri Lankan context, we can't forget the chronicles. No. Because, the chronicles have affected Sri Lankan archaeology very deeply. And the Deepavamsa and the Mahavamsa mainly. I think most of the things written in them, we can find in the site. So, I think Mahadupa, the construction of Mahadupa has been described in the Mahavamsa and also the Tupavamsa. I think these stories which mentioned, and also the Bodhivamsa mentioned about the taking of Bodhi tree from India to Sri Lanka. In details it's mentioned and where it was stopped and how it brought and how king taken the Bodhi sapling and how it was taken to the ship and how it's landed in Jaffna, that area, and then it was taken by process and everything was taken, written down. But it has some kind of, 2-3 centuries later they have written. But the oral tradition was there before that, and then they have taken down them and we can find the details. And I mean almost every, and also we have the stories on the tooth thread liquid taken to Sri Lanka, Dhatu Vamsa. Dhatu Vamsa is also written about the, Sunil knows very well about Dhatu Vamsa description. It says that the tooth thread liquid Buddha was taken from Kalinga, by one prince called Danta and the Hemamala. So I think we can't believe every and each thing mentioned in the chronicle, but to some extent these chronicles are worth.
I just wanted to take it the other way around. Also being a textual person, of course, I'm approaching the text in a quite critical and quite questioning way. We just talked in the break about the Vamsas, that they have a very high, of course, relatively late Mahavihara bias on the history. So let's take the example of the Bodhi tree, of the Bodhi sapling. The question is, has there ever been a kind of scientific approach to that specific Bodhi tree that is found in Anuradhapura, saying, is it really going back to the, let's say, 3rd century BC, when the sapling...
I think some of these things are beyond archaeology. They're religious things, right? Because we can't test the authenticity of Bodhi tree, because it's highly venerated. And the same the case with the relic of tooth relic also. Yeah. We can't test that because that's beyond archaeology. Let it be.
I think Ishan also a question for.
Okay, I think that was a kind of an answer. Thanks.
Ishan,
It's Ishan again. So my question this time is more general, and it's an attempt to ask a methodological question about waterscapes. Both Professor Aruna and Professor Cunningham have worked on waterscapes. My question is rather, what should be the methodology to deal with a waterscape when we study large sites like the ones presented? Yes, we have certain understandings of dating, as in Julia Shaw's work on OSL, dating and embankments, but when we deal with a large area, how do we first delineate? Satellite imageries might help, but I would like both the presenters to discuss a bit on what should be the gradual methodology to actually approach studying a waterscape of a monastic site and its hinterland. Yeah, thank you.
It's a very good question. I think I look at waterscape as also part of the landscape. Right? So we need every and each aspect of understanding landscape. It means ancient geography is very important. We have to deal with that. And we have some scientific techniques, as Cunningham Robin will tell about those things. But I think the very important thing is to amalgamate with geography. Archaeologists would work with geography very closely because they have their own techniques, method, principles on landscape and water bodies also, everything. So that's very important. We have to work very closely with geography in that sense. Right. So that's my answer, but Robin might have some.
It's a really interesting question, and in fact, I'm currently at a UNESCO meeting. Then tomorrow we're starting a water project here, which is looking at seeing if we can date and understand the development of the Rajgula, the channel system in the Kathmandu Valley. So our work is multidisciplinary. It's funded by the Royal Society, which is for Science, British Academy for Arts and Humanities, and also from the Royal Academy of Engineering. We're working with Sanskritists, we're working with architects, and what we're doing is the method of OSL dating for bunds, for channels. Also, we're looking at morphology of films to try and get an understanding actually of siltation patterns and getting an understanding of how the system differs, because I think the difficulty is these are extremely complex systems and we need to have a better understanding of how they work as a community in terms of silt trips, in terms of feeder tanks, distribution hubs. So I'd say, in terms of methodology, all of us are experimenting, looking at how we can become suitably interdisciplinary. But I think the other aspect is traditional image systems of South Asia, you might call them Indic water systems, Indic knowledge systems, have been artificially divorced in terms of texts, in terms of traditional practitioners, academic, archaeology, engineers, and actually the need to be a really concerted attempt to draw these together. And I think they also have the potential of serving the future and serving communities, because water is one of the biggest challenges out there at the moment. Water, for example, in Kathmandu, people do not have access to good water sources. And sometimes, if we can understand how these ancient systems function, we can try to see if they can be renovated or replicated for the future. So I think your question is one that this is an emerging field, but there is too little interdisciplinary approaches, too little role of archaeology and of the longitudinal understanding that archaeology can offer. But we need to go hand in hand with geology, geochronology, and an understanding of deposition sequences.
Thank you so much. I think we have had two very fascinating presentations this session by Professor Anura Maltunga and Professor Robin Cunningham. Thanks a lot to both of you. I only wish that Professor Robin would have been present physically here, but I think he has compensated by this delightful presentation. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Professor Anura. And now, we conclude this session and head for lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not much. Then follow the others.
Wait, see if I can put that.
I think it's just easy because it's so kind of
It's very weird.
But it was good for us to water coming from the soil that way, and it was just taken on the plant. As we were doing it, we were 60. No, we didn't make it 60. We were just like that.
Yeah, but we have the actual answer because I was sitting under frozen into exactly where it was working, and apparently the next thing is that the English told us hardcore no change. This is the weird thing, so I don't know how it goes because people can save a lot of money on models that are already there, so that's the point actually. That we don't have to redo the work.
I've just been there in November.
Just for me, sir, just for me.
I think it's still very valuable because it's like most easy accessible. Yes. Do something.
And there are many sites where it works actually. In the store, I mean, they are doing it and it works.
Well, these tools exactly what it says. This is what I think we do. I think we can talk about it. When they explain it,
I have got the academic schedule. Vishal, academic schedule say when the lunch take over. I have no idea.
So you have come back here.
We are running late and half an
Yeah, this is
the lunch time is till 3:15. We start the next session at 3:15. And the rest, please proceed towards the restaurant, which is on the floor above this, actually near the reception. And we'll start. We have 2 online presentations in the next session, and then we'll have the valedictory session where we'll distribute the certificates. So do not leave after lunch.
So what that seems what do you do? You create a listing page in that style. You describe it. You say, well, this is the listing page.
सब चल रहा है जी। खाना खाएगा क्या हो गया ये वो हो गया था क्या स्लीप मोड पूरी कर लाइट लाइट भी चल रहा है ऑन कर दीजिए सब सारा सिस्टम ऑन कर इसका कितना है दोस्तों 15 मिनट चार्ज हो गया मेरा चार्ज हो गया उनके पास बैटरी चार्जर होता है वो इंटरनेट होगा, अकाउंटेंट हमारे बगल में बैठे हैं, चेक भी यही मिल जाएगा, सही को सेंड करना है।
हाँ तो मांगिएगा जीएसटी भी नहीं मांगिएगा, मिल जाएगा तो अपना दिमाग लगा, ठीक है, हमको जीएसटी भी नहीं देंगे, ठीक है,
बिना जीएसटी के तो हमारे पेमेंट ठीक
आपको क्या लगा हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं, मांगिए क्या तो भी हम लोग कभी कर लेंगे काम
समाज के कॉर्पोरेट काम कर लेगा, जीएसटी तो चाहिए ना।
हम तो जीएसटी मिल लिए, ठीक है, आप होटल मांगे कैश आपका, ठीक है जी, कैश दीजिए,
वो तो असंभव है ना,
तो आप बता दीजिए
कैश कैसे लेगा।
हम मानिए हमसे बोलेगा भी अगर कुछ तो हम तो आपसे बात कर ही रहे, ठीक, हमको तो मतलब जीएसटी बिल सही है, ठीक है, हम तो पे करने के तैयार हैं, तो हमको बता दिए खाली यही बात पसंद है कि अब समझ रहे हम क्या करें ना,
बहुत बढ़िया से
कैश दीजिएगा तो हम फंस जाएंगे, हमको कुछ नहीं फायदा होगा, ठीक है, एकदम आपको जरूरत है तो पटना में भी आपको काम करने का रहा कि कहीं पटना में आके भी काम करो तो ये तो हो गया कि कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गया, सिंपल आता है कैमरा, सिंपल कैमरा हैंडी कैम बोलते हैं तो उससे सबसे कहाँ पर हम लोग तो गया हम लोग मतलब देखने में सिंपल सेमिनार लग रहा है, लेकिन बिहाइंड द सीन बड़े बड़े दिक्कत लगे हुए हैं।
बहुत देर से समझ रहे हैं। अब इस बार जो हमारा है ये है बांग्लादेश का जो टॉप डीजी है, ठीक है, डीजी मतलब सीधे डायरेक्टर जनरल, उससे ऊपर पूरे बांग्लादेश में कोई नहीं मिलेगा आपको, वो अभी ऑनलाइन ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए रखे हैं, और ये प्रॉब्लम मतलब ऐसे खाओ पियो उठा बैठो वाला नहीं,
हाँ सीरियस मैटर है,
इसलिए
हम भी रियलाइज किए ना कि मॉन्क नहीं है या फिर मतलब अपने आप ही कि रियल
जो हम रियल करेगा, ये ओरिजिनल चलता है, ये इसलिए इतना सीरियस हो जाता है कि जरा सा में भी ना एकदम भड़क जा रहे हैं, आप समझेंगे नहीं कि रात में मैं कितना सुना हूँ लोगों से।
ये कहानी होता है आपको कि मतलब उस समय बिहार का गवर्नमेंट, ठीक है, तो कुछ प्रोग्राम होने वाला था यहाँ महाबोधि टेम्पल में, ठीक है, तो पीएमओ ऑफिस से काफ़ी तरह आया था, 5 आदमी 6 आदमी पूरा बोला कि लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग सब अपना सेटअप लेके आता है, सब कुछ खाली बोला कि हमको अब नेट दे दी, ठीक है, नेट दिया गया तो यहाँ से चोरी कर दिया, मतलब वहाँ डीएम ऑफिस में, और डीएम ऑफिस में कॉन्टेक्ट तो नहीं, वहाँ से कोई लाइव टिकट नहीं होते, पीएम और प्राइम इंतजार कर रहे थे मतलब देखने के लिए, तो उस समय रिलेशन खराब था और वो रुक गया, मतलब देखने नहीं दिया, बोला नहीं यहाँ से जो पूजा हो रहा है पाठ हो रहा है यहाँ पे पीएम ऑफिस में नहीं है, कैसे परमिशन दे दिया वहाँ देखने से, मेरा इंटरनेट का पैसा फंस गया, उनको बेचारा बहुत मतलब कुछ बोला नहीं, लेकिन मतलब हाई क्लास का सब आदमी कभी भी सिंपल ही लगेगा लेकिन रिएक्ट कभी नहीं करेगा।
तो मंदिर का टेलीकास्ट था,
हाँ मंदिर का
टेलीकास्ट तो बंद हो गया, 100% हो गया,
नहीं परमिशन लेके
जाना है तो मंदिर को टेलीकास्ट कर दिया, सिस्टम कहाँ है, अब पीएम और सीएम को आप रोक पाएंगे, मंदिर तो कल को कहते आपके यहाँ तो बवाल करी हिंदू है मंदिर की, किसका मंदिर है, अब उसके चक्कर में आप सीएम पीएम को या डीएम को रोके, विष्णु का तो विष्णु का बोर्ड लगवा रहा है, बोर्ड लगवा रहे हैं, इसको ऑन करिए चलेगा।
एक बार अभी ये कोई
Yes, finished, done. Finished. Yeah. And we are starting in 10-15 minutes, right? It's,
downloading the presentation and
so Shadi is online?
yes.
Yeah.
But there is, I'll announce something first. We do not have something here which he has sent because that will show live on.
Oh, so that will change because I'm not sure he has a good internet connection. So him from his side. So maybe ask him if the internet connection is good enough. Because I think that was the problem of Robin Cunningham. You know, when you try to share the screen, it's because the connection was not good enough.
Even he has not started the project now thing.
Yeah.
But I don't expect that from him. Because he is on lectures and everything, like he's a big man. Robin Cunningham doesn't.
Oh, come on, I mean, it's not that I do not agree. Yeah, I mean, it's because, I mean, when you accept something, it's like that.
एक बार चेयरपर्सन की तरफ कर दीजिए start the project now. I will get that wrong. But I will start from your lab.
And he was not understanding how it works and with that,
Sometimes
of course, and
somehow we manage to show up.
And sometimes you are using one application like Zoom and not with the other one. Usually I'm not using Google Meets, for example. It's very often Microsoft Teams or Zoom. Yeah. So like when you are later, yeah. Yes.
Every phone will find Google.
Yes, yeah. No, it's good. I mean, it's but so maybe it's
If you already convinced publisher or team that I'm going to delete on YouTube, we can send the Zoom.
अमित एक मिनट अभिषेक कमल का शो छोड़ के अभी तक से क्योंकि ये भी प्रेजेंटेशन शो हो जाएगा
वो तो मैं कर दिया
उसका हो जाएगा और सभी का तो कल भी ऑनलाइन थे आज भी ऑनलाइन जुड़ जाएगा और अभिषेक कमल आगे है प्रेजेंटेशन
Even he is not seeing my message.
Call him, I'm telling you. वो voice call है. Telling you. ये लोग कोई मैसेज का आंसर नहीं करते लोग बोलेगा कल मैंने उसको रात को 4 बजे उसके बाद समझ नहीं आ रहा थोड़ा इससे ना चाहिए क्या
अभी कितना फाइट ज्यादा
No, I was actually because I arrived on the 3rd of January. Yes.
But I am not in capital now. I go. I went. I did the Foreign Festival.
Okay. Yes. October. Yes, of course.
I didn't go for the one this year. So I went to New York. I went to Christmas. I did the college and summer.
Yes.
I was not that ready.
Yeah.
So after that, I returned on 1st of January.
Before going back to work, I think that it would be very happy to all of us because I mean it's really interesting. I mean, it's because I didn't spend much time like that was in the thoughts of January. But we managed to have one with people with him but
बैटरी लगा हुआ है इसको लगा कॉलर माइक वाला ठीक वो ऐसे वाला ठीक है ये वाले से नहीं हो पा रहा है अपना होता है
ये ऐसे लगने को पड़ते हैं कॉलर पे ये सारे
सबसे आवाज भी सबसे क्लियर
छोड़ हो जाएगा
पहले मोटर साथ में कनेक्ट हो जाएगा डिवाइस जो कि उसका रेट जानता हो सिंपल जो वॉशिंग मशीन का टेक्नोलॉजी है वही लगाना है वॉशिंग मशीन का ड्रम जैसे होता है वैसे उसको ड्रम उसके बाद उसको कनेक्ट कीजिए सिंपल सॉफ्टवेयर से इसमें मतलब नॉर्मल कोडिंग है कोडिंग भी नहीं है सिंपल ऐप से हो जाएगा लेकिन सॉफ्टवेयर की मुझे
The problem is that the English version is published by the Department of Archaeology in Bangladesh, and I don't know if it's really available easily or not. That's the problem. That's what's the agreement that we have with them. I think I don't have the PDF copy because it was also under the. I mean, we have the version in French because before it was mandatory to publish one book in French and one in English, and the English version was organized, published by the Department of Archaeology in Bangladesh. So they do have me, I can have maybe scanned copies, of the publication. It will not be the PDF version, but it can be scanned copy or photocopy or something like that. Because it's the problem is that then I don't have the PDF version of the English version. So that's the problem. But then I can arrange. But the reports are very full. You have all the information, detailed information in the report. So I think it's very good for you to have those reports on the first excavations, the first programs on the report. We are finalizing the Mazar excavation report. And then we have also some, And then we have, of course, research articles, a lot. That's definitely, we have many, because all the members of the team, they have published also, articles on that. So
the basic thing
you
is
have
I have worked on other sites. My PhD was even on the Raftigari.
Oh, okay, so it's completely
very
it's completely different.
Both of us. Both of us.
Yeah, it's completely different.
I have to remember earlier. He's of the monastery.
I've excavated Raftigari,
Yes.
the Nohari Rago,
very nice.
working in Cameron Factory in
Yes.
Cambridge. So I visited there for many times.
Very nice.
But now I'm working here.
You are to come here to school now. I don't get to see earlier now.
Basically, I'm native of this place. I know all those things. I know excavation, but the thing is, the Buddhism and other this monastic excavation.
It's completely new.
For one season, sir made me a co-director of the one excavation. You know, switching everything in the academics is
it's difficult.
You're talking too much now.
No.
You will sit with that laptop.
Or he never told me. Because they want to finish the lab first and then going for Al-Bahari.
And Al-Bahari has a lot of minor hiccups as well. Someone has to go through the pottery. Because
you have to go, because the Siddhartha Sahai doesn't take care.
So he did the pottery that you saw.
Yeah, but it's just a few. It's
exactly.
it's
So
not still kind of purpose.
Siddhartha was there on the site when he was, so he didn't have much.
Okay.
So we have a seasonal report, so it's a brief report.
Yes.
We don't have the kind of exhaustive work, and someone needs to do that. So and
one student.
Or something like that. Because I'm still looking for a person who's good in pottery, is interested in it, and probably can do a feat. Huge.
It's a huge amount. But Sharmishta Chatterjee, apparently she has seen the pottery from the last excavations. Is it possible? Do you know her? So she came, she told me that she came for 7 days and she has been able to go through all the pottery. It took her 7 days, full days. From the morning to the evening, just to go to the pottery to see if she was recognizing something, because she has done the report on that site exhibition. So she wanted to have she has a project on that for Guyana.
I think the one that Abhishek Amar and
No, I don't know actually. I think it should be
Then
you is running. Yeah, but that is so.
No, that is not.
No.
That is Bihar.
Yes, this is Bihar. Yes.
Yeah.
Because this is something. No, I think with Sharmishta she had this grant running probably from the Indian government or something like that. So it must be a local grant or something. I don't know exactly how to call it, but she had a
She probably came and saw it. I don't even know the drawing for it. She had sat down and identified it. So she might have come, but
no, she didn't. No, because she asked if it was just for her, it was not to make the analysis, it was just to see if she can compare. Yeah, it was not. And that's we could. The thing is that you need to. Yeah, they need to find a student and then we can discuss about the methodology of things. But the problem is that first, because the thing is that me, I cannot really do. I mean, you need to be seated for 3, for months. And I mean, it's. I would love to, but I just don't have time. I mean, it's. But having exactly. But when we have a student, I mean, it's and discussing about maybe some methodological stuff in order to, agreeing on the kind of methodology that can be useful for everyone, in a proper. That would be good.
Yeah, now probably after I do if I somewhere I can do that. Do that.
Of course, but before Robin, it's
Discussion is going on scientific clearance. Basically, they have started discussion at case.
Yes, sir. So I don't know what's the scientific clearance or
उससे हो रहा है
वो
स्क्रीन है वो हम केवल दिखा रहे हैं ओनली द स्क्रीन
हाँ क्योंकि हमको स्पीकर दिखाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं
अब मैं वहीं से करता हूँ छोटा वाला जो करता हूँ ना उससे करता हूँ कोई कैमरा काम खतरा सब घर है लोग कर सकते हैं यहाँ का फिजिकल था तो ये ऑनलाइन है तो
मैंने पूछा वो बोला था तो बोला कॉल करने हैं पूछ रहे थे इसको बोला है
मैंने कोई रिप्लाई नहीं
कॉल किया तुमने बार बोलो कॉल वो दोबारा हमारे से
It's just all the sites I has an input proposal slab and
You know what? Do you know Oliver Price?
Yes,
He was that. Yeah. So exactly. Another one who is very good. I mean, Oliver Price has already worked a little bit in the. He didn't work in theater. No. Because it's exactly things with them. Okay.
because I have
But Oliver, I mean, it's
to make sense of that maybe. One is just the mapping and taking is a big problem. So of course, that's the person for I don't forget, I come back and ask it. But the thing is, I find that's 90 kg. So of course, different size. Thinking is different. Have you heard that it's important? But can become problematic. They have lines, there's the inorganic carbon.
आज जब राइट है
आपका चला
मेरा लिंकेबल है, अखबार में छपा है, फोटो तो छपा नहीं, एक ने
Yes, I have both of them. In your name and email address, because if not, we will not remember actually.
उसको नहीं अंदर हटवा दीजिए ना, नहीं अब इसका तो मतलब नहीं है, हटा दो तो इसको।
यानी तो लोड होने में बड़ा टाइम ले रहा है। नहीं हो गया,
अब हो गया।
If you're about me, I'm not giving the CNRS email address of your project. It depends on the no, it's okay. I mean, if you like this one, it's fine. Don't be surprised if I email you with the email address. I have both. Just for the CNRS, because if it's something that I have you know, I mean, it's something else.
That's why I think I should
Whatever will be, Oli will be, definitely will be able to help for that. I mean, it's for that problem of slacks because he went in. No, that's it's okay. No, I think Guwahati and I know Chicago.
Oh, yes.
you have solved, right? You have the same issue. So when I'm talking of solving, he gets angry. Sir, this is a happy. What can I do?
Answer.
Oh, what can I do?
Answer.
Look, what can I do?
Yes, sir. Let's call it sir. Yes, sir.
Go back to my feet. Next 20 years.
So then, at the same time, they call me Professor Max. We saw the for European, it's how it was.
Shall I give you the mic? Hello? 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 Welcome back for the post-lunch session, and this is actually the second last session of this conference. And now I would request Dr. Chaudhary to continue with the session, and please welcome Dr. Sadin Sen from Jahangirnagar University. I think he's online.
Not yet. Is he there?
So he called me up actually at around 3:14. I messaged him.
You got message from him? I think his phone is there. He is calling you.
Hi, Shandra. কোথায়? Hello? Hey, join. He's on Google Meet. He's wait for 2 minutes. We are.
Yeah, that's the meeting. Actually, he's not here. Yes.
Yeah. Ek minute daro. Did you get request? Well, join request আসছে না কিন্তু. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Call you back.
Hello? Hello? Join request আসছে না তোমার join request না তোমার join request আসছে না. Joining request.
We had lecture by Dr. Abid Ranjan.
Hello?
Yes, she's there.
Joining request পাঠাও তোমার.
আবার লগআউট করে আসলে জয়েন করতে বলো।
আর লগআউট করে আবার জয়েন করো। না আসছে না, আমরা তোমাকে খুলে বসে আছি। আচ্ছা,
I think something has popped up.
Yesterday, I attended the session with the
It gets on. You might have to log out and log in again.
Yes, Mama.
Yeah, that might be the.
This is the one. Yeah. Well, sometimes if somebody joins and keeps, then it doesn't join up. Hello? Hello? হ্যাঁ পাঠিয়েছি হ্যাঁ করো আমি তোকে আবার লিঙ্ক পাঠিয়েছি লিঙ্কটাতে ক্লিক করো আবার
We had hoped that it would be better this way.
You were saying, it should be smooth.
Maybe you started.
Hello. Sorry for the technical glitch. The speaker hasn't yet entered, and we thought he was online. So, sir, please welcome everybody.
So, without now wasting any time, I welcome Dr. Swadhin Sen, and we are eagerly waiting for your presentation. Please do a start. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will begin by just opening my PowerPoint presentation. So first, I would like to thank Dr. Vijay Chaudhary and Dr. Oishi for inviting me to this conference. The topic of which is very important for me and for our team who are working in Bangladesh for the last 20 years. Today is not a very good day for some of us because the day before yesterday we have lost one of our great mentors. He was the professor of Dhaka University History Department, Professor Abdul Momin Chaudhary, and I have learned a lot. He was our direct teacher as well as the mentor. I think some of you know him very well. I am dedicating my today's presentation to to my and our fond memory to him. I am not sure because I may take some time, which is more than 45 minutes, I am not sure. But first I would like to answer disclaimer. Basically, when we talk about Buddhism or Buddhist monasteries, especially in Bangladesh and Bengal, we talk.
Hello? Sir, please share your PowerPoint. It's not on the screen.
Okay. Sorry.
There. Here, share.
Now you can see, no?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. So this is the Professor Abdul Rahman Chaudhary, our beloved Momin sir, and I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of technical glitch, I guess. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
My slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would like to begin with some disclaimers. Usually when we talk about Buddhism and Buddhist monasteries of Bengal, even of South Asia, we tend to talk in a certain way. Taking a cue from the previous session, yesterday's session, I would like to point, or I would like to clarify that I am not a very keen fan of this text versus archaeology binding. Though I am relatively aware, or we are relatively aware of the fact that often some of the archaeologists or some of the Buddhologists or some of the scholars, they try to endorse this dichotomy or this binary in a manner that can hurt our interpretation, our understanding of Buddhism and its related material culture in Bengal. And throughout my presentation, I think I will raise more questions, or I will point out to our skepticism, point out to our different kinds of issues and limitations that we are facing, not only of understanding these religious traditions which has been identified as Buddhism, but also several other aspects of understanding and knowledge, which are very popular in historical narratives of South Asia. Therefore, please be attentive to our questions and the issues we are facing in doing research in undivided Bengal or Stream Bangladesh. And then I would like to express my gratitude because this is today what I am going to show you. This is not only my work or our team's work. This also belongs to some of our friends and colleagues' work They are from the Government Department of Archaeology, Bangladesh, and I am especially thankful to them. Especially, I would like to mention two of my former students, Afroza Khan Nita and Saifur Rahman Pauline, who were kind enough to associate me with their research in southwestern part of Bangladesh. As well as I would like to thank Dr. Nahis Sultana. She has been a very good friend to me for a long time. And also Abid Kaisar, my former student, presently an officer in our Department of Archaeology. Kabru Kritika, Mahabubul Alam, he was a former escape director of Department of Archaeology. Shohad Ali, Roysuku Furui, whenever I have some issues or problems in understanding, I ask him or I ask Dr. Rohit Sharma, who is present there. And also I am grateful to my friends, students and team members. Now, taking a cue from the discussion yesterday, I would like to start with rather some kind of introspection as an archaeologist. For example, when we question text and try to portray archaeology as superior to text or archaeology as more objective than the text, then we have to think and rethink what kind of archaeology we are doing in Eastern India or in Bangladesh or in undivided Bengal. Especially the historians and scholars from other disciplines are, I am afraid, not very aware of some of the key conceptual and methodological issues of archaeology. For example, they consider archaeology as supplementary to historical narratives, or they try to use archaeological data to provide some kind of validation for their arguments without addressing the key conceptual issues, themes, or methodologies of archaeology. And of course, in history or in any historical discipline, space and time is a very important.
Sir, your slide is not moving. Sir, your slide is not moving.
Wait. Can you hear me?
Sir, your slide is not moving. We can hear you.
It is now moving?
No.
Okay, now?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now
it's moving. Now it's moving.
Okay.
So it's moving now.
Now.
Okay. I'm sorry for the trouble. So just give me 30 seconds to fix this. Whenever I am on the full screen mode, my slide stops.
It's the same mode and we did it.
So you can exit full screen mode and try. So you can go by next slide. You click on the slide.
You should be on the slide, so he just speaks.
So he has his own Google Earth imagery also. He has to show that also.
Yeah, I think that's why he wasn't able to.
Sir, should we show your presentation here, or?
No, because he has another reference on this QGIS that I'm not sure if works and we have a really good connection and we are not on
Network connectivity also.
So we can show your presentation here. You can say next slide and we'll move on to the next slide.
Now we can see.
Yes, sir. Please change your slide.
Now it is changing.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So what I was talking about, the problem of archaeology as a discipline as well as its relationship to other disciplines. So when we talk about, for example, Buddhist monasteries, because this entire seminar is on Buddhist monasticism and Buddhist monasteries. For example, in Bangladesh, we only refer to our celebrated sites like Shonpur Mahavihara, or some of the recent scholars are giving emphasis to Lamai Moiramuti region, which where there are several Buddhist monasteries, and this is basically the trend of now the trend of interconnectivity of oceanic maritime trade network or maritime connectivity had gained impetus, some kind of centrality. That is why the Lamai Moiramuti region have got prominence in many of the narratives of Buddhism and Buddhist archaeology. In a sense, we can call it big site centrism or monumental remain centrism, and at the same time we put emphasis on particular material culture, very selective, like Buddhist sculptures, like inscriptions, like seals and ceilings, as it was mentioned by Dr. Corinne Lopfoy yesterday, right? Material culture from the Buddhist monastic sites or from excavations or archaeological survey as important as the monumental remains, or as important as the architectural layout, as important as the artistic productions associated with the monastic remains. So therefore, we have certain kind of bias and certain kind of inclination towards the selection of the site, towards the selection of the narratives, and towards the selection of the concepts on which we want to work or on which we want to study. In my lecture, I would like to try to show that we can go beyond these biases, and we have to go beyond these biases if we want to understand Buddhist monasteries, monasticism on a holistic, historical, social, political, and religious context. That is why I will show that presence of material culture is equally important as the absence of material culture. Why there are absence and why there are presence? These are two important and related questions. At the same time, I must point out to some of the themes which are very important in archaeological research, especially in archaeological field, which are not considered in the established framework of knowledge. For example, we do not give centrality to archaeological context. We do not try to attend very sincerely to the understanding of archaeological strategy. Still, we are relying more on some kind of Guiderian Kenyan method, where it is very difficult to understand the transformation of a Buddhist monastery or transformation of a monumental remains in different times of its life. At the same time, I will show that this Buddhist monastery or Buddhist monumental remains, which are identified as monastery, cannot be treated in isolation as isolated monumental remains. They were intimately connected to other aspects and other components of settlements. For example, yesterday it was mentioned by some of our learned colleagues about the Kuku Pishkorini Digi, that is the artificial water. And we have shown in our previous work and in our current research also that in the northern part of Bangladesh, in which we are working for a long time, ponds and tanks or artificial water bodies were key components of settlement pattern, settlement structure, as well as all these religious structure which we are getting, including Buddhist monasteries. Therefore, these concepts of archaeological stratigraphy, archaeological context, as well as the formation processes of archaeological record are very important for our understanding of any kind of Buddhist places, any kind of archaeological places, and any kind of places which are where we are not finding any detectable archaeological material. And now we are getting into our region, and you are well aware of our region of Bengal, undivided Bengal. And usually in historical discourse or historical narratives of South Asia, Bengal is treated as a frontier zone. You are all aware of the famous book by Richard Nixon, that where Bengal was treated as a frontier. And in fact, our archaeological standards and historical standards in some way are fixed by the northwestern Indian standards. At the same time, which was mentioned by Gulidullah Chattopadhyay several times, that this tension between center and mercy is very difficult to deal with if we try to understand the complex processes of developing the religious traditions, as well as the relationships of religious traditions with other aspects of human life. So, Bengal in early medieval period, at least after 6th century, there were several sub-regions. Most of you are well aware of these sub-regions. I have just pointed out those sub-regions in the digital elaboration model. Here it has been shown. And today, unfortunately, I will not be able to address the entire region, which is now the territory of Bangladesh. I have to exclude the Shamodata and Horikela region, and yesterday it was mentioned by some of our friends there. We have to address a northeastern part of India, Assam, Meghalaya, and the Sylhet region. But unfortunately, I cannot do that today. And also, I am not going to include the Lalbai Moinamoti region in my presentation. Rather, I will put emphasis on the northwestern part of Bangladesh here, and also the southwestern part of Bangladesh, which is close to the Bay of Bengal, as well as which is known as the active part of the Ganges Brahmaputra Bengal Delta. Therefore, I will limit myself to the western part of the Brahmaputra Jamuna River. And here also I am showing my area of focus today, where I will focus on this sub-region which were known at least from the 9th century as Warranty, and it was also known earlier as gold. Sometimes it was mentioned as Kundro. Sometimes administratively it was also identified as Kundrovardhan. And this territoriality continued to change because the sub-regional boundaries were not fixed, like the boundaries of nation states and administrative boundaries which we deal with today. And I will also focus on this Banga region, and I will exclude one part of the Banga region, which is very famous, and earlier many inscriptions were issued from that region, and it was known as the birthplace of Otish Dipankar, Srigan, and so many. That is Bikrampur region. So therefore, my presentation today will be some kind of partial presentation of some of the selective monastic establishment as well as monastic establishment related to the settlement pattern. And that is what I have already mentioned about our limitations of archaeology. If we try to self-critique ourselves without criticizing intellectualists, without criticizing the historians, then first we have to deal with our limitations, our problems, and the work we have done. For example, if I try to understand the transmission of some of the famous and celebrated monastic establishments early India, like Nalanda Mahamira, then if I study the excavation reports published from the beginning of the 20th century, then I cannot find answers to many of my questions on the basis of those excavation reports. The excavation method was, in a sense, very reductionist. The reports are not very detailed. It is very difficult to understand something beyond the structural remains, that is only the walls and monuments, the monumental remains. In a sense, as an archaeologist and as archaeologists, we also deal with texts which were produced by the archaeologists from the beginning of the 20th century. It is also some kind of archival research that we have to do to understand or to address some of our questions. And also, which was mentioned by Dr. Colin yesterday, that in archaeology, we try to deal with periodization in a very different way. And in history, there are long-lasting debates on periodization. In archaeology also, this ancient, medieval, modern tripartite division is not considered as very useful or useful these days. And in archaeological strategy, when we periodize, then we periodize in a very different way. That is also very important to consider. And this is just some step to show the way we deal with strategically. We excavate our side. I am going to show some of our excavations, and this is how from systemic context something is goes to the archaeological context. Then they change their context quite continuously, and if we do not consider this continuity and changes, then we can easily misinterpret some of the objects and also the monumental remains that we are dealing with. Now, I will start with definitely the celebrated site of Sompur Dhara, which is very well known, like Nalanda, like Bodh Gaya, and many other sites are considered as sacred as the places of pilgrimage and as very important to the followers of Buddhism. So this Sompur Mahavihara was established as it was mentioned by Dr. Puri Dokta yesterday, but by M. Dikki, and then after the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971, there were several scanty excavations, exploratory excavations, and it also intensified when this monastic complex was declared as the World Heritage Site. And in the name of the protection and preservation of these monuments, especially to deal with the waterlogging problem, Sompur Mahavihara is courtyard and the surrounding places were continuously modified to fix some of the problems. But unfortunately, those initiatives also destroyed the context of many archaeological remains and the stratigraphy of the places. Therefore, we try to understand Sompur Mahavihara not necessarily the way it has been looked at by the archaeologists, by the heritage practitioners, by the art historians, and by the scholars from different disciplines. Probably, Sompur Mahavihara is the most celebrated and most attended site in Bangladesh. Many scholars have worked on it from different aspects, from different perspectives. But the problem is that they have never considered Sompur Mahavihara beyond its monumental and artistic production units. And we attempted to do that with the help of our friends and colleagues from Department of Archaeology. And we tried to understand, for example, the transformation of the monumental remains of Sompur Mahavihara. And we have already published several papers based on our understanding and study. And it has been, for example, it has been widely accepted that, like a grand narrative in South Asia these days, that all the Buddhist monuments or Buddhist monasteries were destroyed by the coming of the Turks and Afghans. I am identifying them as Turks and Afghans. Usually, the Muslims are blamed for the destruction of the Buddhist monasteries or Buddhist establishments. We have found ample and reliable evidence that Sompur Mahavihara, partially or completely, were not abandoned in 13th century. That is, after the coming of the Ikeruddin Mahamudin Boktiapur. This is the first thing. Second thing is that Sompur Mahavihara or establishment was attacked and destroyed at least twice before the 13th century. And there are evidence, epigraphic evidence, for example, like the Nalanda Papantrek of Vipula Street in Islam. And there are archaeological evidence. There are also different other stratigraphic evidence to suggest that Sompur Mahavihara, the people who were living in Sompur Mahavihara, using that space, had to deal with not only the attacks or human anthropogenic activities and anthropogenic problems. They also had to deal with continuous floods and changing of the landscape. That is one of the key issues that we have dealt with in our studies. Sompur Mahavihara, the central shrine and the monastic wings were not the same earlier. It is established on some earlier remains. And yesterday it was shown by Colin, and now I will explain that Sompur Mahavihara went through different periods of changes. according to our archaeological understanding as well as our analysis of the previous dates. For example, we have analyzed and interpreted several periods which have been identified here as archaeological study data. So there were several phases of clubs. At the same time, interestingly, like today, as we are dealing with waterlogging problem in Shambhur Mahavihara, the early inhabitants or the Shravanas or the Bhikkhus of Shambhur Mahavihara had to deal with the waterlogging, and they had to raise the surface level of the courtyard several times. So, and if we consider the landscape aspects of the Shambhur Mahavihara, then we will see that Shambhur Mahavihara is situated in a very active floodplain, and it is just beside a river which is known as Choto Jamuna river. The river shifted its course several times, and Shambhur Mahavihara had to deal with these changes as well as the flood associated with it. Interestingly, many of our colleagues and earlier scholars have interpreted that the earlier remains, monumental remains of Shambhur Mahavihara was a Jaina monastery. They refer to Paharpur CPI of Vidagupta and they have also not agreed about the interpretation of the CPI. Some of them are identified as Buddhist Vihara, some of them as identified as Jaina monastery, but still, the Paharpur cooperative inscription cannot be identified as belonging to the primary context of Shambhur Mahavihara. That is another interesting and important thing. That according to our understanding and according to the stratigraphy of the Shambhur Mahavihara, there is no archaeological evidence that can be dated to Gupta period, that is 5th century. Even the earlier educational deposits were not contemporary to the 5th century that started after 5th century. Therefore, we have to interpret the provisions of Paharpur cooperative inscription in a different way. For example, I have talked to Roy about the mobility or transportability of cooperative inscriptions. And we have also talked about it in detail with Roger at different moments of time. That cooperative inscriptions and their find spots needs to be correlated as some kind of document of land grant. Cooperative inscriptions could easily be transported from one place to another place, and they had particular significance to the early inhabitants or early owners of the land, or early owners or early inhabitants of some religious establishments to which the land or something was donated. So, in that sense, Paharpur cooperative inscription has to be treated as in the secondary context. Another important thing is that in Bangladesh or also in Bengal, any Buddhist monasteries are identified very easily as some kind of universities, and we assume that Buddhist monks lived in isolation there. They meditated. They attended or they concentrated only on the learning, only on the religious practices. And yesterday it was mentioned by several scholars that this notion of the Buddhist monasteries and Buddhist sanghas are already being challenged by scholars from different disciplines. Shambhur Mahavihara can present us with another evidence where we can find that these Buddhist monks or the Shamanas or the Sanghas were not only dealing with the flood management or the land management, they had also had to deal with the associated settlements which were located in the surrounding regions of Shongpur Mahabira. Unfortunately, Shongpur Mahabira has attracted so much attention that nobody has looked into the surroundings. Even after the decipherment of the Indian Museum Cooperative Inscription of Dharmapala, where it has been mentioned very clearly that one subordinate ruler called Bhadranaga applied to Dharmapala to allow him to construct a Buddhist Viharika close to Shongpur Mahabira. We haven't yet found that Viharika, but these are very important indicators or important data in support of the archaeological data that Shongpur Mahabira was not an isolated monumental building. And in our archaeological survey, which we do in a very different way, we call it full coverage survey or total survey, we have detected many scatters of archaeological deposits on the surrounding lowlands and surrounding seas which are cultivated in different periods of time. Therefore, it is important that the entire Mahavihara with a comparatively large space had a hinterland zone but an active alluvial plain. The establishment was attacked and partially destroyed twice, at least twice, before the coming of the Turks. The gradual transformation of demography and spatial uses can be easily noticed if we consider the archaeological material in their context. And we have found evidence that partially Shongpur Mahabihara was used till 15th, 16th century or later. And I have already mentioned the other points which are on this slide. Now I will come to another monastery that was shown by Dr. Poliri yesterday, and I would like to point not necessarily to the findings of this monastery, but some of the interesting aspects of the material culture are the stratigraphy of this monastery. And two of my former students are now officers of the Department of Archaeology, have conducted intensive survey around this Jagadal Mahavihara or Jagadal Vihara. There is debate regarding whether this Jagadal Vihara is the Vihara, Jagadal Mahavihara, which was mentioned by Sandakanda. So we do not have any kind of epigraphic material in support of the fact that this Jagadal monastery or small Vihara was Jagadal Mahavihara, which was mentioned in the mentioned by Sandakanda. And as well as we have to consider the fact that according to this survey, Abdullah Khan Mita and Saifur Rahman Poli has found more than 31 archaeological mounds in around Jagadal Mahabira. Those mounds are partially destroyed. Some of them are not just suitable to excavation, but some of them are suitable for excavation. At the same time, you can see in the lower image that Jagadal Vihara and the constellation of the cluster around Jagadal Vihara was also demarcated or surrounded by tanks, or that is we call it in Bengali Pukur and in epigraphic records you will find ample evidence of the Pushpurinings or Dentika or something like that. And I must mention one point, that in Bengal there is clear demarcation regarding the size of these water bodies, and on the basis of those sizes the names are fixed. And like it was mentioned yesterday, all these forms also have their own names, also have their own oral history, and which are definitely some kind of associated with some kind of supernatural activities. And I will show some of the sites around Jagatpal Bihar. These are the sites which were identified by Nita and Polly, that is Site Rahman. And you will see a different context and different kind of association of the archaeological material. And you can see on some sites or some mounds, people are building their villages. There are some peaks by the local people and walls with people. And this is, I think, a phenomenon which is also very common in Bihar. As far as I have visited Bihar, this is also a very common phenomena of site destruction or site modification by the recent living. Now we come to Bihar itself, and these photographs were taken by Kapol as well as by Mahabubulal. And there were many remains of stones and pillars. And I must mention another point here in association with these stone artifacts. Different kinds of stone artifacts in Bangladesh. It is usually narrated that most of our monuments were brick built, and bricks were a main or principal construction material, which is true, of course. But we have neglected the use of the stone on different purposes, not necessarily for carving sculptures or making idols, but also in the architectural construction, stone materials were used in a very different way. And we have found the reuse and use of these stones in many sites, not necessarily in the northern part of Bangladesh, but also in the southern part of Bangladesh. So this is a very interesting question, and I think we have neglected the provenance and the stages of manufacture and production of these stone artifacts in different kinds or different types, and especially we have neglected these stone materials, especially from this architectural construction use. Some of the scholars, for example, Dr. Gautam Sengupta has published on some stone identification of stones of stone sculptures. Frederick Asher have also worked on it. But it is not that the sample size were limited, and the technology that were used can be supplemented or can be also rethought in a different of ways. Therefore, we assume that these stone materials or the queries of the stones were Tutunapur plateau, but Tutunapur plateau is a huge region. We don't know the quarry sites. We don't know from where the stones were collected, and we don't know the processes of production and how these were transported. And then these are some of the key transformative aspects of this monastery. For example, in the later period of the monastery, post holes were used for the construction of the superstructures.
Hello.
Here you will find.
Dr. Sadhin, actually we have a next lecture slated at 4:15. Can you please wind up in the next 10 minutes?
How much?
Next 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to wind up.
Okay.
Thank you.
How much time have you taken?
You have 10 minutes. You have taken over 45 minutes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
I have just speak.
So you have 10 minutes to wind up. Okay.
Okay, just I will show two slides. That is one, this particular slide, these bronze sculptures were found from a secret chamber of Jagadal Mahavihara, and it was hidden. And at the same time, this stone sculpture that is of made of mark was found to be reused on the wall of the staircase. So this interesting, we have another question regarding destruction and abandonment of the Jagadal monastery. That why during its use as a Buddhist monastery, these stone images and those miniature sculptures were hidden or reused. That is very one of the questions. And we have found also, for example, the layers of ashes. Here you can see just on the floor of the monastery from the later period, and also a few glazed well. And now I will go to one site that Dr. Pauline mentioned yesterday, that is Vasu Bihar, close to Mahasthan. Here there was also an earlier monastery, and according to Mahabulagam and Nahid Sultana, they have also found thick layers of ashes on the floor of the earlier monastery. And they believe that the earlier monastery, which can be dated to the 6th, 7th century, possibly the monastery which were seen by Zhuangzhang. And they have found these door blocks and all the other things. And interestingly and most importantly, Roger was looking for this for a long time. They have found seals and ceilings, and Dr. Nahid Sultana has included that seals, two seals, in her unpublished PhD thesis that he has done in our department, the Department of Archaeology, and it was deciphered by Royasuku Furui, and the Vihara was known as Shivapura Mahavihara, and another seal that belongs to earlier, where you can see the Chirapunja Vihara, a division of the illustrious Shivapura Mahavihara. So this is another interesting finding, and at the same time I must mention, as I don't have much time, that around Mahasthan God, the urban center, the fortified area, we are doing our recent survey, and we have found that there were several monasteries, possibly more than 20 monasteries in that area. This is another monastery that we have excavated in Dinajpur region, north of Mahasthan, and we have followed Harris-Matrix method for this excavation. And here the periodization is like that, and we have also, with the help of my late co-supervisor of my doctoral thesis, Professor Jean-François Sall, we have been able to take some of the samples, and I have to exclude one day because it doesn't correlate with the context. And this Tomai Buddhist monastery is a cluster of monastery, and it was abandoned not necessarily by some kind of anthropogenic activity. It was abandoned because of the change of the river close to that monastery. And this is the settlement structure of the monastery. And this is another site that we have excavated, it's a stupa. And here also we have found that several, we have composite plans of those stupas. And we have found that this stupa was continuously used till 15th, 16th century, and it was transformed from a Buddhist stupa possibly to a Brahmanical edifice in the later period. So, and it is associated with another monastery which is not excavated completely. Exploratory excavation suggested that it is a Buddhist monastery, and it is not very close to that Buddhist monastery. This is Chitakot Vihara, you have seen yesterday by Pauline. One important findings is that there was a terracotta fish found from the monastery. And these observations by the excavators are very important. The paucity of antiquities from the sites and comparative absence of accumulation of occupation debris and cultural materials, together with the absence of any signs of devastation in the later phases of its occupation, clearly indicates that this large establishment was abandoned normally and gradually after only 2 periods of occupation, and probably quite some time before its final collapse. So this is a very important interpretation, and on the right side of the map, you can see a zone where we have found several monasteries. Chicago is here, in Novakons there is monastery, in Domal there are a cluster of monasteries, and this is Orundha, another monastery which was excavated in the Department of Archaeology, but the report is has not been published. And it is also associated with several smaller mounds. We have excavated one small mound, and we have found a small temple, Brahmanica temple. And this monastery also went through changes and these uses of the changes. So I will go to a few sites. For example, in Parvatipur, north of this area, there was a monastery which has been completely destroyed. We are associated with the forms, and there is another interesting monastery in Chaprakot in Bodolganj of Rangpur. You can see the layout of the monastery. From here, an inscription, stone-slab inscription was found, and Loisuku Fui has re-edited the inscription, and it was found that there was a Buddhist monastery which was constructed by one subordinate ruler named Kollam Bardhana during the reign of Gopala, Fort Gopala, 9th reign. But the monastery was constructed by Kollam Bardhana, and the inscription was issued to commemorate the construction of a temple by the elder monk of the monastery, and it was constructed during the reign of Vikram. And now I will go. I'm sorry. This is a site that we have also excavated in the northern part. This is a completely isolated site in Botagon, and it was transformed from a Buddhist site to a Brahmanical. And I will skip to another such site where we will also find that a Buddhist site was just transformed from Buddhist edifice to Brahmanical edifice. On the southern part, yesterday Rajatua was mentioning Jurichala Mount, and we are very confused about the architectural plan of this mount. And this is the genetic part, and all these sites belong to the genetic site. And this is Kopil Muni, another Buddhist small shrine that was excavated by the Regional Directorate of Archaeology there. And there was a large number of cowries which was found from that settlement. And this is another very interesting Buddhist monastery which was excavated by the Department of Archaeology in the region. You can see the layout of the monastery, and you can see the 2 shrines associated with the monastery. These shrines are also in the same architectural layout like Jurichala Mount. We have found carbonized rice grain associated with this Dalihara monastery. I am not going to read it here. Here is the monastery. And okay. This is the Jurichala monastery temple's layout, and also like some side things not well done, we have also identified, like it was identified in Master also, there is the effect of the earthquake on the monumental view. And the effect of the earthquake was so massive that it just changed the layout of the site and possibly the transformation of the establishment. And I will show the last one. This is another Dongdong Virasat Vikas. These are the settlements or sites which have been identified by our work as well as local department of archaeology work. And in contrast to the established understanding that in the delta part on the medieval period sites were present, we are finding many sites and settlements which were very important as well as which belong to both Buddhist tradition and Brahmanical tradition. So I will conclude by pointing out or summarizing some of the key aspects of my presentation, that Buddhist monasteries, including our Brahmanical, whatever we will identify it, this identification can be very misleading. Because according to the stratigraphic transformation, one Brahmanical site and one Buddhist site can be transformed into a Brahmanical one, as well as through transformation that can be used for completely secular purpose in the later phase of the biography. So what is the identification of a Buddhist site or of a Brahmanical site? The earliest one will be the authentic one, or we have to whether we should consider the entire biography of the use of the site. Second thing is that Buddhist monasteries were part and parcel of the settlement that was developed or that just exploded in the northwestern part of Bangladesh and southern part of Bangladesh during early medieval period. That is after 6th, 7th, 8th century. Buddhist monasteries, Brahmanical temples were the hub on the basis of which the settlement pattern or settlement structure developed. At the same time, we shouldn't homogenize or simplify all the Buddhist monasteries and their developments or so-called decline in a similar way for a big region of Bengal. There were sub-regional varieties and there was micro-scale variabilities of Buddhist monasteries, their layouts and their lifestyle. At the same time, we must address some of the disciplines like landscapes and paleobotanical aspects to understand the relationship of Buddhist monasteries with the laity as well as with the settlements, which can be broadly divided not only with the religious edifices but also with the agricultural land and also with the pastoral land. So this is the way I try to present myself, and I apologize for taking more time. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thanks a lot indeed, Dr. Sen. Because of some technical hiccups in the beginning, we lost some precious time, but your presentation was very comprehensive, which really did very correctly cautioning the archaeologists to how to use the source material and how to not discriminate against the smaller objects. It's very important methodological point that you have spelled out. I really wish that we would have really some more time to go through your presentation fully, but since our next speaker is waiting, so we don't have much time for question answer. If anybody has question, I think we can allow at least or maximum 2 questions. If one can quickly go through questions, then we will have that. Otherwise, we will go to the next presentation. It appears that since the slides had to be really sped through, okay. So thanks a lot, Dr. Sen, for your very comprehensive and very insightful presentation. Thank you very much indeed. I am very grateful to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I will also hurry through my remarks, because I just make one point that is coming to my mind, that since yesterday morning session, we have covered a whole lot of region, Eastern Bihar, then Southeastern, Eastern India, Southeastern India. Then in the morning session, we were discussing Sri Lanka, then Nepal, and then Bangladesh. And this is a tribute to this religion of Buddhism, which was such a pan-Asian religion in a very short span of time. And I am very convinced now that this kind of exercises has to be done again and again, because without really deliberating on the problem of Buddhist monasteries and stupas and other archaeological issues in a holistic manner, we cannot really deal with this subject rigorously and honestly. I mean, lots of insights do come through when we look at the problem holistically. And I think it is in fitness of things that starting from Nalanda in the morning session yesterday, we are also concluding our deliberations with Nalanda Mahavihar. Yes. And for presiding over the session, I will request our young friend, Dr. Virasat Sanyal, to come forward. In fact, and I welcome Dr. Abhishek Singh Amar, who is in the faculty of Hamilton College in New York State. And Abhishek, I really welcome you very heartily to this session. And I will just hand over the mic to Rajat to conduct the proceedings. He was saying that I'm a young person, how can I preside? I said, people like only young people should preside and not old people like us, So, yes. So Rajat, can you please?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are on the last lap of the program that was initiated yesterday, and we had several interesting sessions covering our wide geographical span, as sir said. And now it's my duty to preside, and when I said that I should not chair since I'm young, I meant my hairs are not yet white. Otherwise, in terms of age, I'm not that young as I don't know if I look so, but in terms of age, oh, thank you. So, welcome Abhishek. For you, Dr. Abhishek Singh Amar, who deserves no introduction specifically in the domain of South Asian history and archaeology of religion, is one of the foremost scholars. So, as sir has already said, we began with Nalanda Mahavihar, and we are going to conclude with Dr. Singh's presentation on Nalanda again, centering around the theme distribution pattern of monastic establishments in and around Nalanda. So I don't want to stand between you and the speaker. It's over to you, Abhishek.
Thank you, Rajat. Thank you, and good morning from here. Good evening there.
We are still downloading his presentation. We need 5 minutes at least to put it there.
Abhishek, you will have to wait a little bit, because the presentation that you have shared, I have shared it with the admin, and the admin will share it over the screen. So please allow us a few minutes.
Can we make certain remark without the slide?
Yes. If you have introductory remark that can go without slides, we can begin with that. We'll share the slides later, or you want to start with the slide itself from the beginning.
I can't share the PowerPoint directly myself.
Yes, you can. But
it will only be on a very small kind of screen.
So that has to be shared over a second screen, which is larger one. So yeah, you can start sharing, but please wait for 2 minutes. Allow us to have this thing displayed on the large screen.
I actually made some introductory remarks in the meanwhile, but I have one slide I want to start with, but I can keep that as a
you for myself. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I actually want to raise some of the questions that Professor Swabir Sen raised, and so maybe when we have Q&A session for my paper, we can bring it back to the conversation. It will be useful in some ways to have this conversation together. Now, you've already heard a lot about Nalanda, so let me stick to the paper. I think it's better structured, and I am going to read for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we have plenty of time for Q&A. The archaeological site of Nalanda needs no introduction. Scholarship on this important Buddhist monastic center has often emphasized its 5th century origin and 12th century decline, treating the intervening 7th centuries as static or high period. For studying these 7th centuries between 5th and 12th, what scholars call early medieval period, scholars often focus on travel accounts of Chinese pilgrims, Suzhou and Yuzheng, or royal charters, Gupta, or Pala, to emphasize specific moments and using them to demonstrate the high period. A good example of this phenomenon is the overemphasis on the role of royalty in establishing and sustaining this monastic institution. The same applies to the archaeological and architectural studies of the site that have often treated the excavated site as a whole without carefully attempting to document the phase-wise constructions and additions. And this again is tied in with what Professor Sain was saying, that when we think about the category of Buddhist monastery, what do we mean? What does it mean to be a Buddhist monastery in 5th century and 7th century and 9th and 11th? It couldn't have been static, right? Let me illustrate this point. So that's where I have my second slide. Is there a way to put the slide now? Or can you see?
No. You haven't shared. You can share.
We can share from the beginning.
You can share, at least we see something, and then we can.
In the middle there is a button to share. Oh, sorry. In the middle there is a button called share.
Yeah,
there is one arrow in the middle. And then you share and windows open. You select the window.
Yeah, sorry, Professor.
Yes, sure. Can you see the share button?
Yeah, I'm just trying to close the window so that actually somewhere.
We do the same thing every day with Robin Cornell.
Yeah. You do it all there?
Yes,
Okay, is it now?
I can do this one. That one is correct.
We focus here, he can say next we'll change.
Yeah, now
Yes, can you see your slides on screen now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, so you just instruct will change from here. You can also change, yes, and we'll change from our end also. Yes, you can see your slides now.
Yeah, I'm trying to move the slide too,
but in the full screen mode, it will not. Yes, you are not in the full screen mode. You're perfect, so you can change.
Okay,
yes.
Yes. Okay. So
yes.
Let me illustrate this point. There are 11 excavated structures at this site. Of these, monasteries 9, 10, and 11 have only one level of occupation, which is called by scholars to be the Devpala level, which is roughly dated 9th century. This was based largely on the documentation of the Devpala's land grant inspection from Monastery 1, which has 9 levels of occupation. When we look at the 9 chronological levels of occupation, they are labeled as Gupta, Tripala, and Devpala, and medieval, which makes it extremely difficult to identify what the 9th century layer may actually have been. Firstly, it is too simplistic to uncritically accept the Devapala layer in the 9th century merely on the basis of documentation of the Devapala inscription, since other inscriptions from the Gupta and other time periods were also found at the same level. Secondly, the excavators relied on the Chinese and Tibetan travel accounts, and translations have their own issues which Professor Big talked about, I think, in his talk, to develop their chronological framework and try to confirm their descriptions while excavating trying to develop the chronological framework. This clearly demonstrates colonial practice of 6th century archaeology. Lastly, the use of dynastic levels is clearly problematic and cannot be accepted as a viable chronological level in any assessment of Nalanda now. In order to clearly reveal the 9th century level, what is required is a fresh assessment of all the remains that were recovered from each of these levels and work out a new chronological framework altogether for this site. This would also require a careful evaluation of pottery, which wasn't carefully evaluated in those early studies in the early 20th century when the site began to be excavated between 1915 and 1937. Secondly, we also need to correlate this rematerialization of Nalanda's remains with other sites where we have a more solid chronology based on current scientific data. And that's what I'm going to step now a little bit to the other sites in and around Nalanda. Let me now shift my focus to the distribution pattern of monasteries in and around Nalanda and subsequently investigate their broader social context to examine the issue of sustenance of this institution. And again, this is something that correlates with what Professor Sen was talking about. You already know about the excavation of monasteries from Nalanda. Several sites in the vicinity of Nalanda have been identified and excavated. And this is actually, this map is actually from the volume on Nalanda that was edited by Professor. Several sites in the vicinity of Nalanda have been identified and excavated. Japardi, Bekampur, Daman, Khanda, and Rukministan and Jagdish have been excavated in the last 2 decades. All of these sites can be seen in this slide, Zindel red circle. Japardi was excavated under the direction of HC Saran and revealed 3 phases of occupation, characteristic, NVT and post-Shura to post-Gupta. It is in the second phase, which Saran calls northern black polished ware phase, in which a mud stupa was erected at the site. This mud stupa was enlarged at least twice and was encased with burnt bricks, brick masonry set in the second enlargement. A Pradakshina Patha around the ground level was also identified, which was enlarged twice as well. The paleobotanical dates at this site reveal that the third enlargement of the stupa occurred between 100 BCE to 100 CE. No sales or monastic structure was revealed at this site. The site of Bekampur was excavated for just 1 season and resulted in the discovery of a structural remain which may have been a monastic structure. A partially broken seal and fragments of broken stupa found from this site seem to confirm that. MD Razi has identified Bekampur as the site of a massive monastic structure through an analysis of satellite imagery and digital elevation models. Within the village of Bekampur is the site of Daman Khanda, which reveals the remains of a Buddhist temple and architectural and structural fragments, including miniature stone stupas and inscribed terracotta ceilings with the Buddhist theme. Based on the ceramics and other finds, this phase of Daman Khanda is dated to 800-1200 after era. To the site settlement is the earliest period as illustrated by the documentation of NDP and other associated wares. Rukministan, which is the village of Chhattisgarh, were excavated in 2 seasons, 2015 and 16. Which resulted in the discovery of a temple that enshrined the colossal Buddha, and the temple and the colossal Buddha was already there, as well known to Buddha. But this excavation revealed a small 3-cell monastery with a corridor to the north and 2 rows of brick votive stupas along the temple. This is a Jagdish Buddha that is very well known, and the area around the site over the excavation has not allowed to take pictures at the time. Several seals and seals were also recovered in the excavation, which have been read and published by Krishnamurti and Srivastava. At least one of them seems to be the monastic sealing from Nalanda, since it mentions Sri Nalanda Mahaviharya are Bhikkhu Sanghasya. Another one refers to a monastery at Grama that was connected to Nalanda. We don't really know the identity of this particular village or monastery. Gunpur, which is another site nearby, is yet another site within the village of Jagdishpur, which seems to be a monastic structure. And again, this is there are a lot of countries scattered at this site. We don't really know the exact nature of the site, but scholars such as Money and others think that this is a monastic site. In fact, it seems more like a monastic site given the fortification and all of that seems at this place. The surrounding villages of Bargaon and Suratpur around Nalanda are also located on mount and contain medical structures. More than that, recently residents also conducted rating of these standards from the sites of Patla, Vedanti and Bargaon, which received grades of capacity 66 BCE, 9th century of Islam era, 38 BCE respectively. Discussion of these sites suggests the discussion of these sites suggests the cluster of monasteries at and around Nalanda, which were spread in the vicinity of the current site and may have contributed to the Nalanda context. And I talked about this issue in my conclusion. This may have been a result of organic growth of the monastic establishment over a long period of time, starting from the early historic period all the way up to the 13th century. The question is, how did these monasteries emerge and sustain themselves? While exploring the issue of subsistence and social base of Buddhist monasteries, scholars have often overemphasized the patronage for their leader growth in the early medieval month, particularly the Buddhist affiliation of Pala. Though a few royal scenes and inscriptions of Pala and other political dynasties have been reported from the Nalanda, the majority of them record the patronage of either local political powers or commoners. These limited grants cannot have sustained cluster of monasteries for 6-7 centuries. Establishments which also need to continually develop relationships with new elites in order to maintain their pre-existing grant attraction rulers. Therefore, this narrative of exclusive royal patronage and its role in the development of Buddhist institutions in the early medieval Manga needs to be revisited and probably replaced with a careful evaluation of the local context. And in all of this, I think Unadak's work is quite remarkable. Recently, Virasat Sanyal has attempted to examine the broader local context of Nalanda through a careful analysis of material assemblages. Sanyal specifically examines the village seedings for Nalanda, which contains the names of a large number of settlements in the Japanese form, showing position or connection. Based on their terminology, these names can be divided into 4 categories: Grama, villages, Agrahana, rent-free village, Grama Janpada, a trade segment of around the village, and Hatta Janpada, a trade segment of or around the market. And this is again where you can see some similarity with what the screen was saying, that once monastery is developed, so they can become hub or emergence of settlements in and around them. Sanyal uses the phonetic similarity in place names to identify the possible names of these events mentioned in the series. Based on his analysis, he located 8 grammars, 13 grammar Janitas, 1 Hatta Janita, and 3 Agrahas. Many of these new villages also contain pottery and Buddhist sculptures from the early medieval period, which hints at their contemporaneity with Nalanda. So this is third part, and then you can look at the front map there. Gives you some spread of settlement and monasteries in and around Nalanda. Again from the volume by Chowdhury. The links between Nalanda and these settlements can be traced through the settlement shrines which house Buddhist and Hindu sculptures. These settlement shrines provide the lay community an opportunity to worship the Buddha locally and stay connected to the Buddhist monasteries, which may have received lay support in lieu of priestly services. The links between the village settlement shrine and Nalanda is also affirmed by the stylistic similarity between the Buddhist and Hindu sculptures of these sites in Nalanda, which were clearly produced in the same phases. This link between monasteries and their surrounding settlements is also evident from the study of the scenes of Nalanda. Of these, a particular scene mentions the name of the village, Anagami, which which has been identified with the village of Mangadi near Telhara in the Ekambars Valley. This specifically mentions Sri Nalanda Pratibadha Anagami Gramu Vyasta Janapadasya, which has been translated by Sanskrit as of municipal office located in the monastery of the village of Anagami attached to the illustrious Nalanda. Sanskrit suggests that the municipal office was located in the monastery of Anagami village, which was also linked to Nalanda. This raises the possibility of another monastery at Anagami. Virasat Vikas has discussed the usage of Pratibadha attached in inscriptions in his study of rural settlements. He argues that the usage of this term suggests a link between a certain unit of villages and an administrative division like Vishaya or Adhisthana, and over time, these units may have emerged as nuclei of some kind of local control over surrounding areas. So this is another area that needs further investigation. That if there is Nalanda is a major settlement, there is smaller monasteries that they are connected. Then how the settlements around these smaller monasteries connected to that monastery and then also with Nalanda. So the peering and the levels that is considered. Does this mean that Anagami contained a rural monastery which also acted as a satellite center of Nalanda and an administrative unit for surrounding villages? It is likely that this monastery municipal office was run by Buddhist monks who were connected to both Anagami and Nalanda. More recently, a similar seed has been found from the site of the previous Khan, which also mentions Sri Nalanda Pratibadha Kalita Grama, Dwarika, Vikshunam. Sites such as Anagami or Kaligrama hint at the role of monastic communities in creating nuclei of settlements that not only facilitated the development of rural monasteries, and that's another category that we need to think carefully about. And again, I would say, publish a little bit about this in one of the articles. But also actively created a strong lay-based market. Further, the municipal office of Anagami and Kaligrama may have been connected to multiple other settlements in the region. And for that, we have to go back to the landscape survey of sites around these particular monasteries more carefully, as Professor Singh was making this point of more observation. What may have further facilitated strong link surrounding society was the Sangha's awareness of local geography and the ability to manipulate that for the socio-economic development of the region. A careful study of the locational and settlement context of above-discussed monasteries revealed multiple water bodies, canals, and the directional aura and fine systems approximate area. Emily has analyzed the shape, location, and layout in her study of water bodies of Nalanda, which indicates that they were carefully planned. Next Nalanda, which were carefully planned. He suggests these water bodies were largely geometrical, square or rectangular, with sides roughly parallel to the four cardinal directions. It further suggests that the largest tank of Digi Poker at Nalanda was river fed by a previous channel. Similar features have been found near Rukmini Sthan and Bertha in Yatish, Begampur, and at the site of Japadi. Further ground explorations and scientific analysis, archaeobotanical and channels of these water systems would be able to prove whether these hydraulic mechanisms were connected and worked in the past as well. Therefore, to conclude, what is evident in this paper is the cluster pattern of distribution of monasteries in and around Nalanda. Whether each of these monasteries were independent establishments or part of one establishment is unclear. And we often use the term Nalanda as a blanket term. We have this idea of Nalanda as a university, and we tend to think in a very static concept of Nalanda. This is what Nalanda means. Everything is included in Nalanda. But what exactly it meant at different moments is something that remains clear. This distribution also reveals a long-term growth of Nalanda, which could have been sustained only through their links with the local settlements. Scholars often overemphasize the royal land grant chapters, which were very few at Nalanda. In contrast, when we correlate the sculptures and other materials of Nalanda and the sculptures that are at these surrounding monasteries and settlements, we can certainly discern a pattern which hints at the connections between the Buddhist institutions of Nalanda, and surrounding villages. This is also affirmed through sales. Therefore, a careful assessment or reassessment of sales is necessary to further explore that connection. Lastly, chronological frameworks from the recently excavated and surveyed sites around Nalanda can be synthesized and correlated with Nalanda materials to develop a new chronological framework, which I hope to undertake in. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek, for again opening one new dimension to the larger problem that we've been discussing since yesterday. So now the hall is open. I mean, it's open to questions. We have some time. I mean, quite some time in hand. Also there. Yes, yes, I can see Swalinda also. So we can have questions for both of them. To Professor Swali instead and Dr. Abhishek Sinamar, if you have questions, please come up.
Yes. Abhishek, they asked me to start. Hello. Did you hear my talk yesterday?
No, I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I think actually it's not only that we are talking about Nalanda, which brings both together quite well, but I was talking about the water tanks around it, so about the expansion of the, let's say, the bigger monastic sites. Yeah, we have expanded the whole thing now beyond that, and I think both add together quite well, because I mean, if you have, for instance, I was just thinking when we were talking, if you're having these water bodies around and the monks jump in from one side to take a bath, probably the farmers will take out the water from the other side, so they have probably a double function. Sorry for the simplistic kind of presentation, but I think both aspects actually link together quite well. Not only about how the layout of the monastery was, but Robin was talking about the hinterland. So I would rather say the Umland, to use the German word, which is the wider surrounding. And yes, I think we have to look into a lot of different things that is still maybe opened also by your emphasis on the villages that could probably have supported the monastery, had a link with the monastery. I was just recently thinking about all these remains, for instance, votive stupas in the villages around, and I was kind of having a very heretical idea, because we know, for instance, that at some point in a later period, when, let's call it tantric Buddhism, came on the field, that some of the monks actually probably did not necessarily live on the monastic ground, but actually moved out of the monastic ground, partly maybe to serve the population through certain rituals, through certain religious service. But in some cases even, I mean, there's some kind of thinking that some of them actually may have had families, wives, things like that. So that's another trajectory for a later period, which probably should be taken on board.
Just a brief response. Actually, your point about water body, obviously we need to change that. More. I mean, it needs to receive more attention in scholarship, and I'm glad that. And then it's coming from all sides. Good that you're talking it from the textual perspective. I'm thinking about it from the philosophical, at least in context of Nalanda, and Rajni is looking at the satellite imagery and all of that. So it makes perfect sense that we need to think about them more carefully and how they might have been like a tangible link between the settlement and the monastery, right? I mean, there are, at least there is one textual inscription about Nalanda being called a town or something from the Rampala, time of Rampala or something, one of the manuscripts that is dated to Rampala's time. So what did it mean, Nalanda? I mean, Nalanda was a town, a nagar. If it was a nagar, then what did it mean? How are these people who were living nearby related to this nagar and all of that? So I think there are a lot of questions that emerge if we start linking settlements and monasteries to water. And the second point about tantric Buddhism and monks living in villages, we haven't really explored the possibility of rural monasteries. I mean, we are always looking at these bigger monastic centers, and they are easier to find and excavate and study in comparison to smaller sites which may have disappeared. I mean, these monks are, think also about the recruitment. If monastery did have 3,000 people, where were all these 3,000 people coming from? They have to have like some kind of recruitment area from where all these monks are coming. So, and to maintain those relationships, they need some kind of connection with the local society. And you're right, totally. We won't go away. And I think
yeah. I mean, if, give direct response because I didn't see any hand going up. So it should not become a conversation between the two of us. We're having Skypes all the time, but. Also, the question, of course, as you just pointed out, where did the population actually come from? The monastic population. Certainly, I mean, we know that some guys came from very, very far away, not only Xuanzang, but also we have this Nagarahara from Gandhara, this inscriptional evidence. But definitely there were also locals in the monastery, quite clearly. And interestingly, this seems to be reflected, another thought I had just recently, in some of the Buddhist stories. I mean, all this talk about Shariputra and Mount Valayana are coming from around the area. That's one thing, but if you read the stories, actually these two guys are portrayed as village boys who converted to Buddhism. So if you read the stories in a slightly different way, you may actually say, this is not about Shariputra and Mount Valayana, this is about a pattern how village boys actually became monks and successful monks. So at the same time, it reflects actually maybe a little bit about the recruiting and about the monastic population of these big institutions.
So any further response, Abhishek?
Yeah, we can do this in a
Yes, so this can continue. Yes. Ishan has a question.
Good morning, sir. This is Ishan. I actually had a question to both of you about looking for other evidences to identify such relationships with smaller monasteries or viharikas or whatever other centers would have been around the main monastery, because ceilings are not that easy to find. And I've been looking for such settlements around Vikramshila for the last couple of years. Yes, I've identified quite a few monks, but again, because there is a lot less sculptural evidence around there as well, I think what should be the probable method to look for these kinds of smaller viharikas or methods to identify contacts? Because with the presence it can be argued quite easily, but what kinds of evidence can be looked into? This is actually a general question to everyone.
Should I respond? Professor Sen should respond. I think he's done a lot of work in Bangladesh. He's the right person to answer your question. I can also take a shot at it, but why don't you start with Professor Sen?
No, okay, you start. Okay. Then I will respond.
Yeah, no, I think this idea that there isn't enough in the landscape, I think is flawed. If you walk, if you go out and walk around, there is a lot on the ground that you can see. It requires a bit of training, I think, to start identifying things. Obviously, the first thing you begin with is excavated site or landscape or mounds that are known and things like that. But when you go out in the landscape, you will begin to see patterns. You will begin to, the problem is that a lot of these sculptures have been converted. I mean, now they are in different contexts altogether. They are in Hindu context or something. Right? So I think when you go out, you have to start talking to people. You have to go to different villages. You have to walk around and also don't limit your perspective by simply looking for things that are specific to your region. And you need to look at the work that Professor Sen has done in Bangladesh, where he's done landscape survey around these monastic, extensive landscape survey around monastic sites, and you begin to see patterns. The problem is, we have problem of we just have too many mounds, and it's impossible for scholars to actually excavate them all and gather information. Particularly, I mean, in eastern, I mean, at least in Bihar, and there isn't enough excavation. I mean, we cannot excavate every site; it's impossible. So start there, and you will begin to notice patterns. Now, if you're looking specifically for Bihar or Biharika, that's difficult to make, but you will have to develop some kind of index based on which you can say, okay, this looks like a monastic site, this looks like a settlement, right? So look through scholarship of the Supreme, some of my articles, Rajat's article, Abhijit's article, I mean, and that will give you a good sense of how you can develop your own index based on encountering your own picture.
Okay, if I would like to respond to that, in fact, I would like to inspire you, and I would like to congratulate you, because when I was in Virasat, I was accompanied by one of our young friends who was surveying the Bhangalore region. So he accompanied me. He is Bengali, and the landscape was so mesmerizing, so potential. The Vikramshila and the surrounding landscape can be surveyed with a very systematic method. Unlike the survey what we follow usually, and we call it quote unquote exploration. So, you know, the survey methods have been so revolutionized, there's so much change throughout the world that you can, first you can devise some sampling unit. For example, I don't know, we have taken the Moja as the main sampling unit. So, you can collect a map, administrative map, and select the Mojas and work and do pedestrian survey on each and every mode. And please don't be biased by some marks. There are different kinds of occurrences because of the modification processes, because of the proposal activities. And throughout your experience, I guess you will find some interesting standards or interesting perspectives to identify archaeological sites. For example, we have found some ways of detecting archaeological sites which are not in any textbook. For example, in Bangladesh, in March-April, month of March-April is known as the coming of the summer. And people in southwest, northwestern part of Bangladesh, also in the southwestern part of Bangladesh, usually dig soil for this particular period, which we call the Phagun Chaitra in Bengal. And they dig mark soil and move it. And whenever we ask people and talk to people, we sometimes ask them if there is any pit done by you in the surrounding places. So we look for pits to see the buried remains or see the sediments or the soils. This is another way. Sometimes we look for example, we have some kind of saying, we just make fun with each other. Wherever there is bamboo group, there is a possibility of sight. So we look around, so there is a bamboo group there. So we go there to look for the sites. So there are some local and regional characteristics of finding archaeological material, which has to be discovered by you. But I think there is no shortcut way to identify what is monastic and what is not, what is Buddhist and what is Brahmanic. It is not possible. And at the same time, what Abhishek has already mentioned, that it is impossible to excavate all the sites that we are creating. Even the sites which are still intact, it is not possible. We don't have money, we don't have manpower, we don't have the time. So our only option is to modify our survey method so that at least we can make good records, good documentation, good. Now we have many new technology tools. For example, 5 or 6 years ago we had to carry a GPS. Now we have a cell phone, and with the cell phone we can map, we can take point, we can take videos, we can make interviews of the people, we can communicate all the other things. We can use cell phones to move around and to identify. So the present land use pattern in the districts, in area around, the agricultural crop pattern of the districts is also very crucial. Okay. So your local crop pattern, land use pattern, and the ethnographic interaction with the people is very critical to find some standards of identifying the steps. That is what I would like to humbly say.
I have one. There is one question.
I think you will have to come slightly closer.
You cannot go in further.
You can sit here.
Yes. You can use this.
No, it's okay. So please identify yourself and then.
Hello sir, my question. Hello. It's Chandra here. My question to Mr. Abhishek is sir. As you have described about distribution pattern of monastic establishment in and around Nalanda, I don't know how much you have explored and observed the Nalanda or Nalanda district. Do you think so? There are so many monastic establishments around there, around Nalanda monastery and all over Nalanda district. So, do you think so that some of them, monastic establishments or monastic evidences, some of them, do you think so, they have a distinct identity apart from Nalanda monastery? Or do you think so, as they had as an extension of Nalanda monastery? What do you think so? In this regard, I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah, there are lots of monasteries in the district, and there are lots of monasteries in and around Nalanda too, and there were lots of monasteries within Nalanda itself. Nalanda, right? I mean, so in terms of whether they were part of one.
Excuse me. Yeah, you can take some names that like Odantapuri Monastery, and also in Gosrama and Trava, different type of monastery establishment found there. So in this regard, please explain your views.
Okay. So that's what I was saying, that there are lots of monasteries in the district. You have Gosrama, you have Chitrama, you have Telhara. You can go on. There are tons of them. Now, whether they were part of Nalanda or they were separate, my gut sense is that they were all separate. Nalanda may have been one larger establishment, but we don't exactly know the nature of whether all the places around Nalanda were also part of it or not. We, for sake of convenience, we call them Nalanda, but I think they each had their own identity. If you look at the monastic texts, they had idea of schema, they had their own boundaries, they had their own dimensions, and things like that. So those are areas that needs to be investigated carefully to identify each of them and understand whether they were part of one establishment or they were separate. My sense is that even as within Nalanda were not like one core. They had their own system. We don't really know the exact nature of how it was managed, how there were different levels of authority, what was the nature of this authority. Those are questions that have still not been studied. That's one part of the story. The other part of the story is that no doubt these monasteries were connected. You see monks going through them. We hear about this monk who comes from Nagarhara and he goes on to, he was supposedly at Bodh Gaya, then at Kapli Khosrawa, based on the description that we have, and then ends up becoming monastic head at Nalanda. Right? So you have all of these monks moving through these monasteries. There are a number of monks who come from Bengal or southeastern Bangladesh, and then they go on to be at Nalanda. So yes, there are conversations, dialogues, they are part of one broader network. But when it comes to actual administration and identity, I think we need more research to convincingly make an argument that they are one or they are one part of one board or they are separate institutions. My own sense is that they are from separate institutions.
May I add something to this? Yeah, I would support what Abhishek just said. I mean, the question is, of course, what do you mean by a link with Nalanda? Because it could well be that we know from the monastic texts that, of course, a sangha is defined by a sima, by a border that is actually defining a kind of independent sangha in religious terms. What that means in economic terms is a completely different matter. If you don't have any kind of inscription or evidence or anything else, it's very difficult actually to say what the exact relationship of a smaller monastery around Nalanda, for instance, was with the monastery. I would support what Abhishek said. There certainly was a link to Nalanda because they are kind of spread out of that bigger complex. But how the relation was between these monasteries to the, let's say, the father or sister the mother's monastery is probably the right term. That's a different question. Telhara definitely was independent at some point because it has its own seals. But of course, if you have the small monasteries and they don't have their own seals, then how can you actually know about the true nature or the real nature of the connection between these local monasteries and the bigger one? I think it's a tricky thing.
I think one should inform pretty aware that there are certain seals which talk about, and Abhishek mentioned that one Angami Bihar is attached with Nalanda Mahabihar, and the term used is Pratibandha. But exactly what was the nature of the affiliation, and was it we will also know from other seals? What is that? Where the term Pratibandha comes?
Yes, from one more seal, from the same.
One more seal. So we know that certain smaller monasteries are affiliated to this so-called mother monastery. But exactly what was the nature of relationship is very difficult to say. Someone has read a colophon from Ghositarama, which is pure Gosrama, right? And there the conclusion is that is very much inspired by the paintings found from Nalanda Mahabihar, the colophons of the manuscripts from Nalanda Mahabihar. So this is also very expected that the bigger institution will set up a ethos for the institutions which are around you. It is very, natural to expect. But exactly what was the nature of relationship because of the positive evidence, it is very difficult to say at this stage of our. I think Abhishek should bear with me. I think what I have said, I think you will confirm or you may comment on that.
So you're totally right. That's the idea that we cannot. It's all been said out there. You have said already that the nature of economic relationship is not very clear. The political structure is not very clear. And on top of that, what complicates it further is that we often tend to think more in terms of bigger variety, right? What about the local political cases that were in and around, and what was the nature of their relationship? Somehow scholarship has not carefully evaluated this connection. I mean, we have a couple of examples of, for instance, physical inscriptions later on from Nalam, or Telhara, or from Bodhgaya, right? But that part is unclear for Nalanda. I mean, who are the local political dispensations and what was their relationship with Nalanda is again something that's unclear. And yeah, other area, potential area, please.
Actually, one more interesting information, whether it is correct or not, but this is that comes to my mind. There is a very unique kind of a sculpture which we find in the regions of Nalanda and Gaya, and that is 12-armed Abhikriteshwar. And Devla Mitra has really written an article on that. So now we have, through our explorations, when I was working at KP Jaiswal Institute, we had undertaken a very large exploration, and we found probably 3 more such sculptures, right? One sculpture, Devla Mitra made a sculpture which is at the Archaeological Museum of Nalanda ruins. That is there, you must have seen that. So another we found at Telhara. When you go to the Sun Temple, of modern Sun Temple of Telhara, you will find the same form of sculpture, and it is buried under the cement. Then at Ghusrama, there is a gentleman called Ramandan Singh. He has got that 12-armed Abhikriteshwar fitted into a very narrow portion of his house. Okay. So it is there. So, and then again at the village of Dharagar in Jahanabad district, you have a 12-armed Abhikriteshwar in the premises of the temple. What I have noticed, I think the people expert in art history will be able to tell it in more convincing way that the 8th century Nalanda Museum sculpture seems to be earlier, which was excavated from the ruins, and these sculptures were later. Okay, because when you go deeper into the this early medieval period, then certain features of icons change, becomes muscular, and there is less fluidity and things like that. So on that basis, my guess is that these are later sculptures. The point I am trying to make that Nalanda Mahabihar, not only in terms of religious and other things, even in terms of art, may have influenced the regions around it. So the Biharas which are around Nalanda Mahabihar, they are really inspired by art also, in many other things. And Ishan, I think these are also the forms we should really look into. Not only seals, but also sculptures and other artifacts. And then we can see what kind of impact that Bikram Shield may have really impacted on the other sides.
I think in this concern, at first we need to confirm that all these settlements are contemporary to that Nalanda monastery or not. Firstly, we need to explore and...
Yeah, you are correct. You are correct. I think this is the first task of any archaeologist to really look at the contemporaneity of these sites, and there are lots of indicators like potsherds, for example, and other antique sculptures, for example.
After that, we can relate.
Then you can relate.
That these sites
What I would like to request you that there is a publication called Archaeological Gazetteer of Nalanda District. That gazetteer, you have seen that. So that is more than 200 sites. So these kind of problems have been discussed there also.
Questions, comments? So, if not, I have one specific word of thanks to share with, thanks to Shalinda. Thank you, Shalinda, for, I have been looking for this for years now. You must remember we have had long discussions, and thank you for satisfying my thirst of seeing these two ceilings from Bhasu Bihar. My comment is the ceiling to the right side of your slide, if I remember properly, which is red, well burnt. That was shared with us by our good old friend Arlo Griffiths long time back, which is talking about Shivapura, Mahavihare, Cherapunja Sangha, etc. And the one to the left that I never saw, but I knew Virasika told me that he has read it, Bhashivapura, etc. But I see on the slide that it is Bhamang Shivapuras or something like that. Whatever the reading might be, the implications are far-reaching possibly, because you have on the score of the merit of this Prathama Shiva inscription from Nalanda, now we are in a position to identify the patron of the Telhara monastery. And if this reading is accepted, Virasat's reading that you have just shared, we have one of his predecessors possibly patronizing this monastery to the outskirts at the outskirts of Mahasthan. If this reading is accepted and if this possibility is really a possibility, then I'm expecting your reaction to this also, but thank you so much. That was my main objective to take up the mic, but I'm expecting your reaction to this also. What is your opinion?
I don't have any reaction because I know this for a long time, because it was me who sent this series after the request of Dr. Nahis Sutara to Royce. But it was not public. And she has included it in her PhD dissertation. So I talked to her and with due reference and acknowledgement I have just shown you.
Yes.
But interestingly, what we are now noticing that that is what I was also discussing with Dr. Colin Doctor earlier, that the sites surrounding the citadel area of Mahasthan are so densely distributed. For example, just after my coming to Delhi, a team of my students went for 10 days survey, and just towards the north of, just outside the citadel wall, the north of 45 walls, there are so many sites. And interestingly, 2 sites were being destroyed by the construction of 2 buildings, and it was quite visible that both of the sites were monasteries to the digging of the foundation temples. So the citadel is so very closely associated with the sites and areas both on the north and to the west by closely and densely distributed archaeological sites. And earlier, Sufi Mustafa Muhammad Sir, when he surveyed during his PhD in Bihar College in the late 80s, he had enlisted more than 130 sites. Some of the sites have been destroyed, some of the sites are on the verge of destruction. But the method we are following, I guess we will find more sites, more archaeological places, if we just carry on by taking the sampling unit as modules, as well as we can also just make a grid for a particular region. Then later we can extend that grid and continue to survey. One big site, which is known as Shaliman Rajan Kathanibari, is this was surrounded by moat. And when I saw the destruction and the section cut by the local people, I was just, and I not only me, all the members of the team was crying once. Because the thick walls were being exposed with thick deposits of water. but it's a huge site. So we have to do something because we are not going to preserve. That is what I was mentioning, that there are several, I think, I don't know, throughout on the basis of the local disease and exposure, it is possible that there are 40 to 50 small to medium sized monasteries all around Moscow.
Thank you. But when it comes to Vasuvihar again, actually this Shivapura seal was actually published way back in 1979, as we were discussing yesterday over the dinner. These were published by Nazimuddin Shah in this Bangladesh Archaeology 1979.
Yeah.
A toxically image turned down.
He had included some of the series in the report.
Yes. In 1979.
Another interesting thing is that there was a kit, as far as I have seen the thesis, there is a kit deposits of pottery, charcoal and ash. Mixed with the fragments of ceilings with the earlier monastic cells and the later monastic cells. And according to Mahabubul Alam and Rahis Sultan, both of them think that the earlier monastery was deliberately attacked or destroyed partially, and then the later monastery was built upon.
Right. Thank you.
And I was remembering of you when I was.
Thank you. Because we had series of discussions about these two ceilings. Since I saw this from Arlo for the first time, and then we had a discussion with Virasat also. Great, thank you so much. So with this, we come to the end of the academic sessions, 2 days of grueling sessions with really rewarding presentations, which all of us will agree with me that we learned a lot from these. And it's time to conclude the final session. We move for the tea and get back to the valedictory session, right?
May I just...
Yes, please.
I had taken the mic to really thank profusely both Professor Swadhin Sen, was supposed to come but could not make because of his ill health, but he has more than compensated by his online presentation, and also to Dr. Abhishek Aman. It must be early there, so he has taken pains to really be present, and thanks a lot, Abhishek, for your presence in your very delightful presentation. So thank you very much indeed to both of you. Thank you.
See you, Abhishek. Very soon, probably.
It's nice. He's a bit sleepy because early in the morning he may have waked up.
Yeah, I mean, I counted the because yesterday I just looked at the page in but he's 11 hours away. 11 hours away, right? It's less than the east coast. So it's going the other way around. Yeah. Because the east coast was what 13 and a half hours. Yeah, so they are actually closer.
After अभी बात बोल क्या नहीं मैं आऊँगा ना पटना की कॉन्फ्रेंस मेरा फोटो भेज दूँगा सर मैं सब भेज दो अच्छा मैं सर के साथ सबका जाना
देना है ना सबको अभी तो सर्टिफिकेट बात है ना हाँ तो सबको पूछो सब कुछ
क्या करें को जाना है थोड़ा दूर भी होना ऐसा
हेलो अच्छा एक बार चुप करो আমি তো না
that's okay, we will see. No, so actually that's actually on Thursday I have to go to ATTC or something like that because I have already buying books that anyway I have to send to friends to class. So that's why I mean it's I can check the books because anyway I'm going to send them right there. That's on Tuesday itself in the morning. Yeah. So no, it's okay. You can, yeah. You can go. She will meet me. I mean, again, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's because I mean, that's there's something again. They have an open period which is for you, and I will leave them with coaching. I mean, like that coaching will bring it to you. That is fine. And the other presentation that is on this one is that one because it has been right.
So I knew there was no way.
And because it's you got it from Bangladesh, you got it on yeah. It's not a problem. Yeah, but I mean, the problem is that we are sharing everything, but they are not sharing usually the things with us. I mean, it's so when it comes to paying supporting days on these things, we are there. And when we ask for something, usually they are not sharing with us. I mean, it's that's why I mean, sometimes it it's out because honestly we share every year. We are submitting a proper report, super detailed to the department. Every year they have a copy of the all discoveries with the pictures and everything. So we are completely fine. But when we ask for something, usually they're reluctant. I mean, so they're not showing what they want. I mean, they don't want to share. Including sharing sometimes. I mean, it's because, I mean, so it's okay. The last time it's because I had to discuss the thing. Yeah. Yes. Of course, you can't. Yeah. Yeah, but because it's the only thing we have, I mean, that's she doesn't have time. This is the same problem that you're facing for the Bihar excavation. She's supposed to finish this morning, they have been excavated Bazar excavation. And actually they're not finishing the shoulders. So everyone is talking about them. Because according to the agreement, we cannot publish. I mean, we can publish some articles, there and there, that we have done. But for the reports, we cannot publish only with the French, participant. Bangladesh people there, and they are not finishing the reports. It's been 10 years. So finally, this last year, of course, she's very easy. Maybe not at some point, if they want to be recognized internationally, they will know. And the person that is sharing, actually, that he has presented some of the slides he has given them during his speech. But maybe, of course, most of them are from the department of Organization. They are all amazing things. It's unbelievable. I mean, the problem is that they are all there sharing. I mean, it's and not even internationally because like that they can, get good feedback and good insights from that.
So that's why in here, I mean, they're finishing the triptych, because the whole chapter is making them and so that will come. And it will finally. You have listened. I mean, you have a definition of everything, but you have. They have published. Everything has been published in English, but in English, yes, the first and the second edition. Yes, No, usually we publish in English. There is just one article, yes, written by Marcel Lefebvre in French, and that might be interesting for you because it's the whole religious environment of Pakistan. That is really that we can do the Google translation.
अमित साइन हो गया
That's good, yeah. So that they can write it's a very good article,
because I was thinking that
उसके बाद फिर अपने से भी खुद को बोल देना कुछ कुछ लिख दिया हो देखो और अच्छे से पढ़ो और से पढ़ो दिया जला देते
and then you can join for the
नो तुम इधर आओ कुछ नहीं
madam इधर आओ
I will pass Look here. Sir, look here.
Everybody's
I think this is the first photo that we are हमें चाय रखना आई हो बहुत में चाय भी हो
जरा ये ना इधर
There is in trouble. And then I'll take yeah, this one. And now you come, I'll take.
Sunil sir, please come. Sunil sir, run. No, I think we can have a photo there. कितने सारे पड़े हैं कौन से सर
Why says that the which is actually given by for which we have the form
सर उसको चार लेडी में उसको दे मेरे पास
yes, I remember. You showed me. I know. We're always
एक सर्टिफिकेट दे के सबको ग्रुप में
वही इसीलिए 5 मिनट आप वेट कीजिए आप शुरू कर दे रहे हैं
सब लोग एक साथ है ना
I will request all of you to please be seated. We are proceeding for the final session, that is the validity session. As you can see, the light in the center is on. It symbolizing that the knowledge we get here and it will be spread all over the world and always be enlightened. We are from the land of the Buddha, who was enlightened here, and the concept of organizing this international conference of our executive director sir, who organized all this event at this particular place, was having the mind that the knowledge can be spread from the land of Buddha, the land of Bodh Gaya, where he got the enlightenment. So in this session, so BSDS, as you all know, like this is a organization under auspices of Art, Culture and Youth Department of Government of Bihar, and I will start thanking from my executive director. Actually, he is the mentor of all of us in BSDS. So thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity to listen all these speakers and work under your guidance. So thank you very much, sir. I will thank Professor Max D from the Cardiff University, who joined us, who traveled us from his busy schedule and joined us physically here. So thank you very much, sir.
Welcome. Thank you.
And I will thank Professor Robin Cunningham, who joined us and were present online. He is in, I think, Lumbini right now and very much busy, but somehow with our request of Professor Chaudhary, he joined us, and we thank Professor Robin Cunningham. We also thank Professor Swadhin Sen from Bangladesh, who joined, who were supposed to come, but somehow due to his weak health, he didn't able to join us. He has excavated so many sites. We thank Professor Swadhin sir, and we thank Professor Anura Manatunga sir, who came here and who presented a very beautiful presentation. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Dr. Colin, who visited us and presented very beautiful lecture. Thank you, Colin. We are very thankful to Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik, sir, from Odisha Production Maritime Institute, who presented a very good, beautiful lecture to us. And we thank Dr. Srikant Pradhan from Deccan College Postgraduate Professor Srikant Ganveer, sir, my fault, Professor Srikant Ganveer. We thank Dr. Rajat Sanyal, sir, from the Deccan University, who presented very good lecture. And we thank all of you who were in the part of discussion. We thank our important Abhishek Kamar sir. Yes, the last speaker, our last speaker, Dr. Abhishek Singh Amar sir, who raised up very much early in the morning at UK, and in US, and joined us through online mode. We thank you, Dr. Abhishek sir. I think he's not. No. Thank you, Abhishek sir.
Abhishek sir is trying to join, but he can't. Can you please?
Google Meet has been switched on. Yeah.
I think I will be failing to not thank Dr. Oisi Rai, who meticulously worked, and we thank Dr. Other members and Ajay Chakrawal and members of BHDS, and we also thank Art, Culture and Youth Department for the financial support.
That's very important.
We thank the media persons who were covering all this seminar thing and proceedings. We thank Hotel Sujata and their managers. I think we can conclude by a group photo.
No, you can't. You cannot, because this is like in a rock concert. Actually, when the singer kind of thanks everybody, and
yes, thank you very much
thank themselves. So I think in the name of the speakers, we would like to express our gratitude, our thanks to you organizers.
Thank you.
Well, good job done. And now you can proceed.
And now I will request Dr. Bijay Kumar Chaudhary sir to come and distribute the certificates who are present here.
Okay. Fine. I think our guests will also join.
Yes, sir. So we have 25, so we'll divide, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 5
Ajay,
each.
you can come here and take the photographs.
Ajay, come in front. Dr. Jagajay.
I think let us do in a group of two and then two like this.
Professor Max, you also join Dr. Chaudhary.
It will become very crowded.
It becomes crowded, yes.
Rajesh Kumar. Rajesh Kumar.
राजेश जी चलिए बहुत खुशी की बात बहुत धन्यवाद
Dr. Pratima Kumari. Rajendra Prasad.
आइए
Dr. Vivek Kumar. Dr. Brijnandan Chaudhary. Dr. Santosh Kumar.
Not here. Oh, maybe. Yes.
Dr. Chandra Prakash.
Now I am in Bihar University as an assistant professor. Yes, I was posted in the agriculture department. You know,
That's why.
Yes,
So now I think they should do the honors. Colin and Dr. Anura, please come.
Yeah, that's nice.
Dr. Pappu Kumar.
I think the rest should be giving
Arun Kumar. Udayanand Kumar. Priya Kumari. They are school students, so we should actually put a big round of applause for them. They're just in class 11. Preeti Kumari. Sweetie Kumari. Dr. Arpana Kumari.
The other two.
I think Rajat and
Yes,
Srikanth should be also standing here.
Be prepared, it's your turn.
I think three of us should also come. Please. नहीं, Dr. Patnaik. Oh, let's see. They should get the certificates from outside the scholars also.
Dr. Anup Kumar Bharadwaj. Dr. Vijaykant Yadav. Prince Kumar. Sarika Kumari. Sarika Kumari. Bhupendra Kumar Suman. Dr. Amrendra Kumar Anand. Dr. Amrendra Kumar Anand. Sudha Kumari. Dr. Shatrudhan Kumar. Dr. Bipin Kumar.
अरे ईशान हाँ ईशान नहीं चाहिए
Please wait, we have one more person.
इसको ब्लैंक
Ishan Hari.
Yes, the most accurate participant. Please clap for
parallel sessions. Ishan के साथ
All of us should actually accumulate here in front of the flags banner so that we can take a group photo.
अंत में जो है आप कितने लोग आए हैं यहाँ पे मगध यूनिवर्सिटी के हैं रवादा से सब लोग आए हैं दूर दूर से आए हैं मैं सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि आपको क्या एक ये ठीक है
I find myself It's great.
Come. Yes. We have to.
क्या इसका काम है क्या इसका काम है
ओ अच्छा यूट्यूब वाला कैसे? हाँ हाँ ये क्या कैमरा है ये मुझे पता नहीं है। ओ अच्छा ये लॉजिटेक का इंटीग्रेटेड है क्या? इसके साथ ही यूट्यूब होता है। ये जो लोग जो यूट्यूब लाइव स्ट्रीम करते हैं उनका टूल है।
थोड़ा सा आगे ये भी ठीक है। कुछ लोग यहाँ अभी भी आ सकते हैं, खाली है स्पेस। और आगे ओम जी थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए, बाकी और लोगों को स्पेस मिल जाए। फिर आ जाओ नहीं एक फोन में भी ले लो।
अच्छा तुम आ जाओ।
अच्छा
बापू कुमार जी जिंदाबाद। हाँ हाँ कैमरा
और भी फोटो ले लेते स्टेयरकेस पे सब।
भैया आप भेज दीजिएगा।
Everybody please come outside staircase में
And I think we'll change his shoes also.
चलते हैं भैया, चल भैया। इनपुट देना होता है। ये सब ले लियो ना? हाँ हाँ हाँ। सर इनपुट देना आलू